Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul. Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into two powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific.
Check, check. There you go. Okay, great.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, one place to realign your soul, only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live
Welcome, everyone. Good morning. And thank you so much for coming and joining us at our very first Las Vegas Enlightenment Expo Psychic and Healing Fair. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're really delighted to have you with us today. We're so excited to be here and enjoy gorgeous Las Vegas. So I'd like to introduce Nia Nguyen, who will be talking today about instantaneous pain relief. I wanted to say pain management, but that's not it. It's a whole different thing. Pain relief is very different than pain management. So we don't want to manage it, we want to relieve it, right? So telling you just a little bit about Nia, she also goes by Moon. She is a natural-born energy healer who channels pure source energy to relieve physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual pain. Her powerful healing sessions have helped clients with a wide range of conditions, from insomnia and arthritis to anxiety, depression, and more. Many participants in her group sessions have reported 100% instantaneous pain relief, often just after one session. So I'll leave you to enjoy, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming today. I go by Moon because my real name is Nuyet, but it means moon in Vietnamese. So you can also call me Moon or Nuyet. And I'm a natural born healer, so I was born with this gift. I can actually use any object. I can take a pen or even a cell phone and put a prayer and intention that the person's pain will go away and hand it to the person, and then their pain usually, not 100%. My sessions are 100% guaranteed, but I would say I have at least an 80 to 90% success rate with all the clients I've worked with over this past year. So I discovered my gift about 8 years ago when I injured my back, and I used a copper bracelet, and I unintentionally put intentions that my back would be healed, and instantaneously 80% of my pain went away. And I met a reconnected healer in Sedona, Arizona, and she says, it's not the copper bracelets. She said, objects can't heal, it's your intentions. And I didn't really understand it until recently. I started actively, even though I knew I had a gift where I can channel, I thought it was only copper bracelets. She actually told me I can use any object or no object, but I didn't believe her because it just sounds too good to be true. It doesn't sound real. So in July, I was told by another healer, she's a Native American healer, and she told me that I can use any object or no object. And so I start using cell phones, watches. I've used even a plastic cup, just different objects. And one time I used a pen, and it worked. So about a year ago, I did a session without objects, and it was just as effective too. When I first started, I didn't touch my clients, and clients would still get 100% instantaneous pain relief. Some of them, and a lot of them report back to me that the pain never returned. So usually after one session, and I also do trauma and emotional pain because I feel physical pain is strongly correlated and connected to emotional pain. And throughout this past year, since I've tried out different ailments with different conditions, and that's how I discovered I was able to work on not just physical pain relief, but headaches, insomnia, and also physical conditions as well. And today I'm going to do a whole group 5-minute healing session, and multiple people, and so from some of my past healing sessions have reported 100% instantaneous pain relief. And I have followed up with some of them. Several of them told me the pain never returned. Some of them had headaches, knee pain, and it was 100% relief. So I'm able to facilitate whole group healing sessions as well. And I'm also going to call volunteers that have chronic pain, physical pain, and do healing demonstrations later on before my talk ends as well. Okay, so I'm going to also show some video testimonials. So we kind of, so Rosa is a client I met this April of last year. And I used back then I was just using objects only copper bracelets, and I gave her a copper bracelet, and 100% of her pain, she had sciatica, was gone. And then I gave her brother, or she bought a bracelet for her brother. To this day, I've never met her brother. So I don't have to have an emotional connection or even have met the person. He just emailed me saying 100% of this pain was gone. And he also was walking with a cane at the time. I wasn't aware. Back then, all I said in my head was all of his pain will go away. That's all I said. I didn't know where his pain was. It was just a general statement. And after he put on the bracelet, not only did the pain go away, but it stayed away, and it's been over a year. It was April of last year, and he no longer walks with a cane. I can show you the testimonial.
Very thankful to Juliet for helping my brother. He was walking with pain. He had hurt his back. I told her about it, and she recommended her copper bracelet. I got it for him. I took it back to him. He wore it, and by the next day, he was walking without a cane, and the pain was gone. This was 7 months ago, and he hasn't been using the cane anymore or the bracelet. Sometimes if his back starts to hurt, he'll put it.
So then when I was in Turlock, I was using different objects, and I spent about 15 seconds on each object.
I stopped by the booth at the Holistic Fair to see Juliet, and I was having some neck pain. She asked for my watch, and then she put prayers and intentions into my watch. And as soon as I put it back on, my neck pain was gone.
Hi, yes, I'm here at the Holistic Expo and came to visit Juliet, and she used my phone to put her personal intentions that my pain would go away, and I noticed that the pain did significantly go away.
My name is Santiago, and I'm here with Juliet, and she, like earlier, like I was feeling like shoulder pain, like popping all the way shoulder pain. I can even do this now. I'm able to hold myself now again, move my arms. Yeah, she did a little prayer on my little bracelet right here, and ever since she did that prayer and I put it back on, I'm able to. Yeah, like my pain tolerance was from 1 to 10. It was like 10. I couldn't even barely move my arm or anything. Just to even get out of the chair was hurting. And now it's like at a 1. I'm like, seriously, it just feels so much better now. Like, you have no idea.
To show you some recent ones, I actually had I'll just go back to so I also have this is I'll just do one more.
Hi, my name is Adam, and I just want to share my story with you for what Moon just done for me and my girlfriend and our dog. We met Moon, and she came to our house and did a session with all of us. Well, no, I'm sorry, with me and my girlfriend. So separately, I had back pain and some inside pain that come and go. But the back pain was there pretty much every day. And after our sessions and after Moon set her intentions, in our bracelets, which I like to wear all the time anyways, but I know that it's not in my bracelet, that the intentions are already in me, and my back pain is gone almost all the time now. I hardly ever feel it. My friend's arthritis is doing much better since our sessions. The thing I want to share with you is that it's just like a miracle to me, like literally a miracle to me, is that our dog woke up one day, and it's an old dog, and its rear leg wasn't moving at all, it wasn't even working. The dog would take a step and fall down, it was just laying in the hallway, and it being an older dog, we were really worried about that maybe it had a stroke or something. We had to carry it outside the street and stuff. So we were thinking about taking it to the hospital. And so we decided to put the bracelets on his leg. And before the end of the day, the dog was walking. And the next day, you couldn't even tell that anything had happened to the dog. It's a miracle. Because just the intentions that were in the bracelets, we put it on the dog.
Not awesome. That's fine. So, I'll just show you one more. This is Nina, and I also go by Moon. Today I did a short 5-minute healing session for Sandra, and I worked on her knees to. She felt weakness in her right knee, so I set intentions, and she's going to go over the results. So Sandra, did you want to talk about our 5-minute session?
Yeah, so I have been experiencing pain for about a year, and I had gone to the doctor about my right knee, and he indicated, and I could see that my kneecap was misaligned. And so I went about my business, but I continue to have a problem with a weakness with this knee. Today I came across me, and I asked for some assistance, and while we were in session, I could literally feel my kneecap moving back into place. And so I have been having a hard time going up and down stairs, and we tested it out today, and I'm able to walk up and down stairs without pain or weakness.
And also, all I did was lay my hands on it. I didn't move anything too. I put no pressure. I just laid my hands.
Exactly. There was no manipulation. I felt heat, and I felt movement within my.
Did anyone have any questions? Before I start the whole group healing session. So those are some of my video testimonials, and I actually have 80 of them on my Instagram. So if you follow me, yes.
You all with nerve pain?
Yes, I do pinched nerve, sciatica, but I always incorporate trauma, and especially past life trauma. If you check out my Instagram, some of my clients have said that they see visions of their past life trauma and it being removed. Like there is actually a hypnotist, Dr. Catherine mentioned that too, where she had trauma in her pain in her knee, and she felt the trauma being released from her body, and her pain of 50 years on her knee was gone. So yes. I'm a conduit and a vessel, so I credit source. I'm just a vessel and a conduit, and I don't unlike some healers, they channel different entities or spirits. I'm still myself, so I channel the energy that's already within me and the energy that's around me, the healing energy, and the people who are receptive to it, they're also self-healing too. So it's a process. I'm just a facilitator, so I don't have the ability to heal. So my title is a healer, but I consider myself just the facilitator of healing. Yes?
So how do you feel when you're doing this? What is going through you?
I just say an intention, my hands heat up. I say a prayer. I used to just say statements. Statements work just as well. But when I did prayers, I had a friend that had cancer. Whenever I did a prayer, a miracle healed. It would be instantaneous, and miracles would happen. So now I switched over to saying prayers. Yes?
Do you deal with diseases that we have inside of us? I have myasthenia gravis, where your nerves attack the muscles. I have severe muscle weakness, and I was steroids.
Yeah, I've worked with clients with multiple diseases like multiple sclerosis, hypothyroid. I'm not I just do I do the symptoms of it. So results vary. Just so you know, My sessions are not 100% guaranteed too, so it doesn't work for everyone. Yes.
I felt like you were picking up things in the room, and when you walk into a room, how do you keep yourself healthy so you're not picking up everybody else's energy? Because I could kind of sense that you were picking up things.
Yeah, I am an empath, so I am very sensitive to energy. Whenever I do healing sessions, I never absorb my client's pain as long as I put attention. I put intentions to put a bubble of protection around myself. So I never take on their pain. And so I do the same thing for my clients. Right now, yeah. I am an empath, but I don't feel the physical, like it's more like sometimes I feel the client's emotions, but it doesn't affect me in a negative way. It just allows me to be more empathetic. Yes?
How about mental illness?
I've helped people with anxiety, stress, and depression. So I do emotional, I do intentions and prayers for emotional as well. And I always, in all my sessions, I incorporate emotional because I strongly feel that in order for the person's physical pain to go away, their soul also has to be healed as well. So they're strongly connected. Like stress, I feel stress manifests into physical ailments and pain. So I do intentions for stress and anxiety pretty often. I just incorporate into all my sessions, even if they don't ask for it. And it doesn't take me that long. I usually say one statement. For the hypnotherapist, where she saw her past life vision, I just said one statement and I laid my hand on her knee. So I can do it. I'm able to facilitate instantaneous pain relief, but it's not instantaneous for everyone. For some people, it takes 5 minutes. For some people, it takes a couple days or a week. And then also doesn't work for everyone as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and start the whole group healing. And just so you know, in the past, people have experienced instantaneous pain relief during this. So I'm gonna just come on. Rob, can everyone nod their head if I have permission to connect with your soul? Nice. I'm gonna put a bubble of white light and protection around everyone, so only white light and positive energy come through. I'm gonna put a bubble of white light and protection on me, so only white light and positive. I'm gonna end it there. Does anyone want to share if they felt a difference?
I felt some tingling and warmth in my neck feeling.
Oh, so you felt some tingling and warmth, and your
Yes.
neck feels a lot better?
Yes.
How much is your pain reduced by? Just curious.
Oh my goodness. I would say 90%.
So 90% of your pain is gone, right? And
Yes.
that was like within 5 minutes. And
Yes.
I was standing here stationary, so I never went and touched you. I just sent healing intentions for everyone in the room. Does anyone else want to share their experience? Okay, so I see some of you guys are emotional too. So some people do experience emotional pain relief. So I do have clients that cry because they, it's an energy shift as well too. So can I get any volunteers for anyone that has chronic pain, physical pain? I'm gonna try to get through as many people as I can. Okay. And it's about 1 minute for each person. Right? What's your name?
Marilyn.
Marilyn. Okay, do you have permission to connect with
Yes.
yourself? Okay, I'm going to clear my energy. I'm going to have level of white light protection on me, so only white light plus energy to come through. I'm going to have level of white light protection on me, so only white light to come through. Can you describe where your pain is? Legs. Okay. What areas is worse? Legs. Okay. So and then so in your legs. And is it physical pain? Soreness, stiffness? Okay. So I'll just do intentions to strengthen it. I'll do a prayer to strengthen it, to heal and eliminate the physical pain. So do you have permission to touch it? So I'm going to touch one of your legs too. And I'll do intentions for both legs. Okay. So do you feel any difference in your legs? How much of the pain went down? It's completely gone. What level is it? It was level 10. And now 100% of it's gone. Does it feel stronger?
I feel very strong and feel very joyful.
Is your legs feeling stronger?
Yes.
Does it feel weak anymore? No. Okay. So not everyone has results like that, but most people, majority of my clients do have instantaneous pain. Okay, so do you have another volunteer?
Hi.
Hi, how are you? Okay, so, what's your name? Okay, where's your pain at?
I have chronic migraines, fibromyalgia, and knee pain.
Which one is the worst?
Migraines,
Okay.
fibromyalgia.
Okay, I'll take the migraines. Okay, I'm gonna clear my energy. Okay, I'm gonna put bubble white light protection on you, so only white light positive energy can come through. I'm gonna put bubble white light protection on me, so only positive energy can come through. Can I ask what person to sit around? Okay, so do you feel reduction in your headache? How much of your headache is gone?
50, 60%.
50 to 60% of your headache is gone.
Yeah.
And even though I'm not touching you, source of energy is still working on it. And I have a lot of clients who say later on, like maybe like sometimes it's 5 minutes later or a couple hours later, their headache is gone. So like even though it's not 100% gone, have a lot of clients that say gradually as time passes, their pain continuously fades away. But thank you so
Thank
much. Okay, you have another volunteer
Right here.
Okay, and I'll do you next. Okay. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. It's one pain in my hands.
Okay, so which one is worse? Okay, so I'll just do your feet. And what's your name? Okay. Do you have questions to connect with your soul? I'm going to just clear my energy. I'm going to put bubble white light protection on you, so only white light positive energy can come through. I'm putting the bubble white light protection on you, so only positive energy can come through. Is it stiffness or physical pain? Well, no stiffness. Okay, it's nerve. Okay, so how much of your do you feel any difference? Oh, you feel some difference? So 60-70% of your nerve pain in your foot is gone right now. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Okay. So you can see how the results are like some people have 100%, some people 60, 70%. The results do vary for each person. Hi, how are you? What's your name?
David.
Okay. Do you have permission to connect with your soul?
Sure.
I'm gonna just clear my energy. I'm going to put a bubble of white light protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. I'm going to put a bubble of white light protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. Where did you want me to work on?
Injury on my right knee, tendonitis.
Okay.
Stand up.
Okay,
Stand up. Sit up.
it's okay if I touch your knee directly?
Sure.
Okay, so and I'll touch your hand too, or arm. Okay, so it's just tendonitis and physical pain and stiffness, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go ahead and get started. Okay, so do you feel any difference?
Yeah,
How much of the pain is reduced?
pretty much.
All of it? Like 100% of it?
No, there's a little bit there, but
Would you say 90%?
I would say in that area, 80-90%.
80 to 90% of it is
Yeah.
gone. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry. I'll do this. Okay. I'll try to get through as many. And I'm also doing another talk tomorrow at 3 p.m. too. So if I don't get to you guys, come back for my other talk. Yeah, I'm on the, like in the back corner, next to the horror photography guy. I have a big sign, so you can't really miss me. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing okay.
Hi, so what's your name?
Michelle.
Michelle. It's nice to meet you. So what area did you want me to work on?
Right now, my feet, but I have every form of arthritis.
Arthritis in your feet. And do I have permission to connect with your soul?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to clear my energy. I'm going to put a bubble of white light protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. I need a bubble of white light protection around me, so only positive energy and white light can come through. And then I'm going to touch your hand. I don't have to touch the specific. I actually can do healings without touch, but it's, it still sometimes works instantaneously, but usually when I touch, it's instantaneous. So. Okay, so do you feel any difference in your feet?
A little bit.
Okay, so you feel some pain relief. Okay, thank you so much. Do I have anyone else? Okay, so I said, to get to you guys. Hi, how are you? Do you have permission to connect with yourself? And what's your name?
Juan.
Juan, okay. It's nice to meet you. I'm going to clear my energy real quick. I'm going to put a bubble of white light protection on you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. I'm putting a bubble of white light protection on you, so only positive energy can come through. And where is your pain?
One start like a snowball effect. So I start with like that.
Is your back the worst?
No, maybe the knee.
Okay, so which one did you want to do, your back or your knee?
The knee.
Your knee. Okay. So, is there arthritis? I don't have to know what it is.
They make a surgery for the knee.
Oh, do you have knee replacement?
No, just they've got the meniscus.
Oh, you have a torn meniscus? Okay. So torn meniscus. And you had surgery there before?
Just that.
Oh, you had surgery.
I had it.
Yeah, I work with a lot of clients, surgeries and knee replacements, so I can still work on it. So I'm gonna, I don't do any manipulation. All I'm gonna do is lay my hands on it. I'm not gonna put any pressure. I just lay my hands softly on it, just so you know.
Yeah.
I don't do any movement or anything or manipulation. Okay, I'm gonna put bubble white light protection on. It's only white light and positive energy can do, and put bubble white light protection on. It's only positive energy white light can do. And I'm gonna just touch your arm and then touch the knee where it hurts. Is there stiffness also? Okay. You feel any difference in your knee?
To bend.
Do you want to bend? Yeah, we can bend.
Yeah.
How much of it is reduced?
No,
A lot by how much? Like 80%, 90%?
at least 8%.
At least 80% of it's gone.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, you can go ahead. Okay, any more volunteers? Yeah. Okay, you can go ahead. Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Okay, so what's your name?
Sandy.
Sandy, and do you have a person to connect with your soul? I'm gonna put bubble white light protection on me, so only white light and positive energy can come through. I'm gonna put a bubble white light protection on you, so only positive energy and white light can come through. So I'm gonna clear my energy of all emotional charges and negative energy. Okay, so I'm gonna where's your pain at? Do you have representation? Which one? I'm gonna just do one area. Which one is the worst? I'll do the hip. So is it stiffness or physical pain?
It's an information.
Inflammation. I'll just touch your hip. Okay, so how much do you feel different? How much of it is reduced? About half of it is gone, about 50% of your pain is gone on your hip. Okay. And thank you. Yes? Yeah.
My vision's
Your vision is completely clear.
wow. No double vision.
You don't have any double vision. Yeah, just so you guys are aware, I actually, a lot of my clients, they think that I'm psychic. Well, I'm very intuitive. I'm not psychic. They think I can do body scans and I can see people's aura. Like, I'm actually still like, I'm like not, I'm a natural born healer, and I'm not, like, it's kind of ironic that I became, like, I do this kind of work because I'm actually still deathly scared of seeing spirits and ghosts. So I think I've closed that off. But I've had clients where they've had spontaneous healings while they're in the room with me, like especially during my 5-minute whole group healing sessions, and they think I could do a body scan. They think they ask me, oh, how did you see my pain? And what other areas do I need to work on? I tell them I actually wasn't aware. I didn't even know you had pain. Like, I've had clients where they just sit down next to me and their pain is gone. Like, or sometimes I've actually touched some clients and their pain is gone. I didn't even do an intention, but it was already gone. So I also am able to facilitate spontaneous healing, like how you had double vision and now your vision is 100% clear. That's similar things like that have happened too. And I also do vision, like for some clients. I've done glaucoma, so it's not just physical pain. I do tinnitus and other different ailments also. So do I have another? Yes.
I don't suffer with pain, but I've got colitis. So it's
Yeah. But yeah, I do digestive issues, so I can help people who have symptoms of it. I never say like, so I help people with symptoms of different diseases as well. So it doesn't have to be physical pain as well. Yes? Oh yeah, okay. You're coming in? Okay. Do you have permission to connect with your soul?
Yes.
Okay. Here are my energy really quickly. And I'm also a distance healer, so I actually get the same results virtually. Just so you guys know, like I've had clients from out of the country, and they have 100% pain-free long-term relief as well. So even though I don't live, I'm from California, I can also connect with you guys virtually as well. Okay. So I'm gonna put a bubble white light protector on this. Only white light positive energy can do. I'm gonna put a bubble white light protector on this. Only positive energy white light can do. And where's your pain?
I have a tear in my shoulder. And it hurts when I lay down.
Okay, you have a tear in your shoulder. Okay.
And it's really painful when it hurts me. And only when I lay down.
And only when you lay down. So. Do you feel any difference in your shoulder?
I felt a lot of pain.
A lot more. But you have to lay down more to tell, right?
Yes, yeah, I can message you.
Oh yeah, you can message me later. Thank you so much.
so much.
Okay. But is it? I have a question. Yeah.
So can it sometimes like take a little bit of time like once I do it?
Most of my clients actually get instantaneous. You know how you see, but there's some clients where they don't feel results until next day. But I also want to let you know it's not 100% guaranteed. And majority of my clients, the pain never comes back. Most of my clients, I only see them one time. Like I've had many clients where I only did a 1-minute session. Some of them is only 30 seconds, and their level 10 pain has been gone for months. You follow me on Instagram, you can see the follow-up. I'm actually going back and collecting a lot of follow-up video testimonials. I have at least 5 to 10 follow-ups testimonials where they report their level 10 pain after one session. And in the beginning, my first 3 months, I never touched clients. I never even touched them, but their pain, I don't have to do physical touch. And I also, and I'm also, in the beginning, I used to do groups of people. I'm able to facilitate group healings as well too, where 2 people are 100% pain-free at once. And like I spend the exact amount of time. I don't have to spend that much time. It just, like,
because everyone in the there said it was like 56%.
Yeah. It's going, yeah, it just jump starts it. Most of my clients, it gradually increases over time where the pain, sometimes the pain 100% fades away. It's 50%, then it goes to 60, 70, and then it's 100% for a majority. Like, but it's not 100%. Everyone has different results. Some people, it just stays at 80%.
I feel like it's getting better.
Oh, you feel like your pain is gradually getting better and fading away? Yes. And that happens to majority of my clients. But thank you so much. Thank you everyone for coming. My booth is in the corner. Please come to my booth. If you have any questions, I can answer it. And thank you so much. Thank you everyone.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin.
And now? Okay, I just need tech to connect. All right, so all right, we are live, and I'd like to welcome you to the first Enlightenment Expo in Las Vegas. We are so excited to be there. Thank you for coming out and joining us today on this gorgeous Saturday. And I'd like to introduce, well, first I'll introduce myself. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, as I said, we're absolutely delighted to be here in Las Vegas, and even more delighted that you came out and joined us. I'd like to introduce Jenna Lee, and the talk that she is going to be giving today is Activate Christ Consciousness Within. A little bit about Jenna. She is an Akashic Enlightenment light walker practitioner. And I guess I haven't had enough coffee this morning. To roll up my tongue. She's also a channeler and a teacher of light. Come join me here. As well as the founder of My Awakening Within. She works with the Akashic Records and Book of Truth, channeling multidimensional wisdom from 5D to 12D, ascended conscious to 12D ascended consciousness, Elohim, and Aqualorian crystalline light frequencies, which you'll have to ask her about. Yes. Through her sessions, Jenna helps clients restore their original soul blueprint, heal energetic imbalances, and remember their true divine self. Her work reconnects individuals to their immortal body and assists in dismantling limited beliefs rooted in separation from source. Jenna also channels the sacred Grail line frequencies, offering profound energetic realignment and spiritual awakening. Enjoy.
Hello, welcome. So my name is Jenna Lee, and I work within Akashic Enlightenment in the Akashic Records. I channel, right? I would love to just ground us in to help set this container of just energy flowing today. So if you're coming in and out, all good. But I'd love for us to just kind of start to ground in, and feel free to relax here and close your eyes as we're just getting settled in. Just opening up this container. Just starting to anchor your body in here. Just visualize a cord from the base of your spine. Everything that's happened today, you're just leaving that at the door. You're grounding in, breathing. Setting this container within, bringing love into your space. Grounding your body here into the present, bringing in divine frequencies of love, and just starting to come back to the room, starting to feel your fingers and your toes, and whenever you're ready, just open up those eyes, and welcome back. Just wanted to ground in, be present with you guys. We have a lot going on in the floor over there. We've got a lot going on in our days, right? So we're just getting in to be present and opening up this container. Whatever wants to come up for you, allow that. Just be in that space of that flow and ground into that energy cord. If you ever feel, even throughout your day or the week, that you're grounding back in that excess energy to flow that down. So today, we're channeling into Christ consciousness, and I will get into that into brief moments there, but I love to talk about what I do and then a little bit about my journey, and then we'll just kind of get into this beautiful activation. So I do channel. I tap into basically what channeling is you tune into frequencies. Okay, so words come out, but there's frequencies that are emitting as well. So sometimes when channeling, people may kind of feel like they just need to rest their eyes, or when I'm channeling, right? So if you feel like you just kind of want to relax into, let that come in, and let whatever wants to come up. So basically, right, you tune into frequencies, and we all channel. Everyone channels. And I'm not doing anything special up here. It's just I kind of do this full time. So, but right, we all tune into these altered states. Some people go in a little bit deeper where they fully go like full trance channel. So you see like eyes closed, like all that stepping out, right? Some people are more conscious channels, which is what I do typically, and tapping into the Akashic Enlightenment space. So I'll get into that. And right, whatever frequencies need to kind of come in, this vessel is just allowing this space. So we set this container, all of us, is these agreements. You have your own free will, so you can say yes, you can say no, right? And in that time, you start to connect in with whatever it is that you need to release. So you guys are the healers. I don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise, that they're, you are the one who's saying, I'm ready to release this. This is your body, right? And the channel, the vessel, the healer, right? They're the ones who are tuning into what maybe needs to be seen and mirroring that to you. And sometimes we don't know what we don't know, right? So they kind of help guide. So I tune into that. I also say teacher of light, basically helping people to see that the light that they already are, right? We're already divinely perfect and whole. That's my belief system, and I've come from spaces of really dark spaces, and I still am in the space of right? We're on a journey. We're learning, we're releasing, and we're just stepping into our true self and learning how to do that. So through the Akashic Enlightenment realm, I help guide people into those spaces. So a lot of people are familiar with the Akashic records. And so that basically is your energetic database of your soul's journey. So you can tap in and tune into this lifetime, and you can tune into other lifetimes. So you can kind of play with all of the lifetimes, and really tap into, like, if people are feeling stuck somewhere in life, since it has everything in there, it can help tap into that subconscious, the unconscious mind, the subtle energy bodies, stuff that we go through things and we hold those emotions in our body, right? So when we open up to this opportunity to see, right, I'm feeling stuck somewhere with my job, the same people keep coming around, the same patterns keep happening, right? We're creating from the subconscious mind a lot of the time. So when we allow this to come out, we allow ourselves the free will to either keep doing what we're doing, or now that we've learned what we now know, okay, this is where it's coming from, this mindset, this is the belief system here, we can decide to then release, right? We're the healers, and then shift into true self and operate from that true frequency of presence, right? Presence and now, and create from that. And that's where that energy kind of shifts. So a lot of times people see those kind of transformations in those journeys. And so I mentioned Akashic Enlightenment. I love to talk about like that a little bit too, because it includes your Akashic records and what's called the Book of Truth. So the Book of Truth is a higher dimensional space, which all that means is a higher awareness to this knowledge. So when people talk about dimensions, it's like it's just an awareness to our connection to all that is, right? When we become more aware of energy, we ground into presence. We just kind of know things when we're like, I don't know how I know things, right? So we become attuned to this higher awareness and operating system, and we start to then channel in that knowledge. So that comes in for the sessions, and it's typically like a unity consciousness frequency. And with that, there's also light language as well. So you guys heard a little bit in the beginning too, that light language that was just kind of coming through. And that is just connection into a source, that's connection into true frequency here. And it comes out via symbols. You might see it in your head. Some of you guys actually might see already kind of symbols in your head, and that's like light language. It's frequency emitting into the physical reality. And I do that via symbols. Actually, it had a painting I have on my table out there. You can sign it and kind of move that energy, and voice as well. So that's kind of a little bit of what I do. There's an aquamarine crystalline light healing, and that is working with interdimensional beings, angelics, and working within the chakra system, so our energy system in the body, and then all the higher transpersonal chakras. So a lot of times people are familiar with like Reiki, and a lot of times they're intuitively guided in the body, right? So we have those chakras, but we also have these energy systems that are outside, right? Like our soul star chakra, earth star chakra, just energy fields that are emitting outside of the physical body. So with this modality, or with this channeling, helps to bring in people into quicker alignment, into heal faster, if you want to kind of call it that, and works on all different levels. So we have a physical body, we have an emotional body. Okay, this is where things kind of start to come in and say, this mindset, this emotion, I believe it so much that now my physical body is believing that too, and now I have these physical pains. right? It's coming from somewhere, right? So that drops in, typically it's coming from somewhere, unless, right, there's an environmental factor. But this is what I've seen in my practice. And then we go all the way up to what's called the causal plane. So the causal plane is basically an energetic body that's holding like this. It's where karma is kind of created. It's like, oh, I believe this now, so I'm going to loop back in this pattern. And that's just that information that's in that energetic body that then eventually may go down to all the energetic bodies, into the physical. Okay, I believe it, so now I have chronic pain. Now I have some sort of physical ailment or something that kind of holds that frequency belief system. So in these sessions, and even within our own opportunity, when we get to the root of things and we start to just change our reality based on that new, like this new understanding, that's where the magic happens, right? That's where the beauty happens. So that is a bit about what I do. And I would love to talk a little bit about my journey. Right? How do I get up here today and talk about, right, Christ consciousness, channel that in? How do I get from, everything to unconditional love, which is working with Christ consciousness, unconditional love, our true self. And, we have spiritual awakenings. Who has had a spiritual awakening? Yes. Right. So a spiritual awakening is just, it's just kind of like a shift. It doesn't need to be like a big catalyst. It could be like all of a sudden the self-realization. Okay, I just walk into this space and this is like my new way of being, right? This is like a new perception, a new way of seeing things, truth. Through truth, instead of filtered through pain or things that have happened, it's like, okay, I release that. That's not true. That's false. And I step into this new way of being. Right, so we have different layers of that, and I had a catalyst that I had a loved one which had an episode or kind of a mental health crisis, and it impacted me where I had there were just a lot of events that kind of happened, and at some point I had PTSD. So I was out of work for about 5 months, and it was this beautiful gift because I realized that I actually probably had some form of PTSD before. And I never was really present in my body. So now I went to this extreme side where I realized, like, I'd walk into rooms and I was like, I don't remember what is happening and why I came in here. And so, I went through all the modalities, the EMDR, which is beautiful modality, how to ground the energy, what is going on. There's a lot of tools that kickstarted this journey. And I realized the second week in that everything is connected in my EMDR journey because it went back to when I was younger. So I have repressed memories from under the age of 11. And there was throughout my life just different aspects of sexual trauma. And I had blocked everything out. So in that week when it was unrelated, another scenario, like decades later, it all came up. So it was this beautiful gift because I started to step into this understanding eventually that the past, that was in the past, but my body was feeling that fight or flight, which I realize now I was always operating in that capacity. I just didn't know it. But my body was always in this survival, this fight or flight. I didn't know. I mean, kind of in my 20s, I was getting some flashbacks, and I just kind of suppressed that with all the things that we can suppress that with. I did it all. And so, but right, it was this moment of this spiritual awakening that catalyzed this understanding of, I have a choice. I could live the way I was living. I can go back, maybe work through the symptoms and let them kind of dissipate a little. And go back to kind of this reality of like, I'm just still in this shit, right? Or I can do something about it. And that's the awakening, right? That's this point. And that's where you start to then say, okay, like this is like unconditional love, right? This is like, I do not deserve, like no one deserves to live in that space, to live in that survival. And it doesn't even need to be PTSD. It could be whatever it is. But those are the choices that we can decide to start to unpack in the journey and say, all right, I'm going to make a different choice. and start to be me, start to figure out, what does that even mean? I was like, I don't know what that means, right? Like, I don't know what it means to be me, because my whole life it was really kind of suppressing this, all the pain, and it was acting from that space. Right. So with the work that I do, or even just kind of understanding kind of like the spirituality and what that means, and this oneness and unconditional love, it's about the journey to our true self. Right. So Christ consciousness is our true self. You can get in all these fancy words, enlightenment, make it right. I'm breaking it down real simple for you. It's your true self, and anything that is not, that you are not following in that way, right? If we're saying yes when we mean no, like, we're not following into our true self, right? When we're stepping in ways of maybe like people pleasing, right? Codependent kind of aspects, that is stepping into all the confines or constructs or the reality of society, family dynamics, expectations, and we believe that it's ours because we live that way, right? So we believe that that's ours. And in this journey, I've had a couple spiritual awakenings. I've had a couple layers where then I started to kind of really start to learn what this unconditional love is. And when we switch and change and move through these constructs that are so limiting, things start to fall away. Okay, so who has had things, people, places, things kind of just move out? Sometimes it's like, I did it, right? You're like, I moved it out. And sometimes you're like, that moved out, right? And you're like, it didn't feel aligned anymore. Or sometimes the universe is like, we're going to drop in real hot and heavy, and you're it's not it. That's not it for you. And so I started this different layer of this spiritual awakening where that happened for me. So I started to move through mindsets of like, okay, where's unconditional love? Just dropping in deep, right? And then I started to see, okay, my job was eliminated. Oh, okay. I was already doing this like on the side, on my business, was LLC, everything legally there, working a ton. And then all of a sudden, the universe eliminated my job, and they provided in a way though that was like, some nice things, kind of give a little package there, and so that was beautiful. In this journey of unwiring, then kind of like the mindsets connected to corporate, and so basically leading into a journey of unraveling of this corporate job is not me. I don't love it. Does not. It's like, yes, I'm bringing my light to that space, but true unconditional love is figuring out what you want and manifesting from that area, and true alignment. Because I tried to manifest a promotion in that job not too long before my job was eliminated. I was like, I want to make more money so I can like step into my business. And it was like, no, it's not happening. And I spent all this time and mental energy on something that was not in alignment. And that's like the opposite of like true manifesting, is like, figure out what it is. I thought I wanted that. Nope. We want to step into this business that brings me light and joy. And then on this journey and unraveling, more things fell out. So marriage, right? Home. I had a space and time where I was in my car just with my stuff, right? But the rest of it was no longer in resonance. And I had to learn in the journey, and I had, space to go to. I had to learn in this journey, what is home? Okay, where is that? Right? Unraveling the physical material world and that egoic identification with it. I ask people this sometimes, like, who would be okay if like your job left, or you left your job, right? Some of us might, who would be okay with like, right, leaving the marriage, or the marriage leaving you? If you were to say today, in true wholeness, would there be a fear associated with it? Would it be an emotion? Would it be an excitement? Would it be fear? Like, what am I stepping into, right? And these identifications are important, because then we start to say, okay, there's a piece of me that is pulling this in to feel whole. Like my job, my corporate job, I would attach to my value and say, this is me. So if I'm making good money, that means I'm successful. That means I'm valuable. I learned that somewhere. I learned the value of that worth was connected in a belief system in my family dynamic somewhere. And all this pulls in, right? So I was working 60 plus hours to say that I'm valuable, but I didn't have a life, right? So these are the identifications that I implore you guys, I invite you guys to see, like, where in your life that if something left, what would we feel? And how do we bring that in? Because I learned to bring home in my heart. And then eventually I manifested a 2-week stay in Hawaii, and that was my home. So, but you know, we bring that in. We bring that unconditional love in. And so Christ consciousness is really the egoic identifications, what is not of us, identifying that, understanding that, releasing those attachments, right? Am I attaching to this corporate job because that means like I'm valuable, right? Well, bring that value within, right? That is true unconditional love, Christ consciousness. That nothing outside of me is telling me what I am. Yeah, nothing outside of me is telling me what I am. I know. I show up as who I am. I dress how I am. I speak, how I am, and that is the beauty of Christ consciousness. So I feel the energy coming in. So let's get into this activation, guys. And so just start to settle into your body. Start to relax those eyes. And go back to that energetic cord. Right, grounding in. Just grounding in. Start to visualize pink energy just floating around the room. This is unconditional love. Let this start to move around your body, creating this empty space. In this unconditional love. Then start to move and expand your heart, where this energy starts to flow in effortless. Any resistance is just being acknowledged as you receive. Just activating your heart portals, expansion into this ascended heart consciousness. Let the energy flow throughout that body. Flow through your toes, your legs, your stomach, your heart, your neck, your head. Drop it deeper, this receiving. As this Christ consciousness template drops into your physical body, just receive this here. If you have any resistance, just acknowledge it. Be a space of pure receiving. So you're worthy of it. As this is moving through your body, it's moving down to the subatomic level, to your cellular structure, moving it with unconditional love. shira. Shura koa shikitola. Shira kwa. Goya talao ko shiwala kwa. Kwaye kitola. Goya tawa shikitola kwa. Kitola shuela ka. Drop in deeper here to that unconditional love. As that template is just being remembered. Comes from within you. Now just visualize gold energy. That gold energy is moving in this Christ consciousness frequency. It's moving around your body, filling up as an energy around your physical body. Now it starts to move through your heart. There's some blend of that pink energy. Starts to remember your true self. Anything not of this is falling away. And just be present with that. Kawaii ke te wale shuya wa te wale shiki te wea ka kasui te wale kashuye. As that unconditional love and this template is moving through your body, witness something that you're no longer attached to. Something that is not serving you. Just witness that leave. Maybe there's an emotion to it. Just witness it. Now go back to that heart, allowing you to receive truth from the universe. Your true self is stepping in. You start to visualize a mirror. That mirror is showing you your true self. The universe is showing you that it's mirroring you. You're mirroring it. This universe is inside of you. Unconditional love. That's you. Anyone that's ever told you otherwise is not here. It's just your true essence. Just drop into that knowing of your true self here, connected to that template. Drop into that heart here deep. Let your true self be revealed. Now looking back at that mirror, start to see something that brings you just pure joy. Full body, yes. You are in pure bliss with this. Just take a moment to be present with all of that joy, whatever it is that you see. Where do you feel that in the body? Be present with that here. Let all of that be revealed. Moving through down to the subatomic level in all dimensions, times, and planes. It's the reality of this joy. This is it. This is you stepping into your true self. Let that energy flow through your body, that joy. Feel it in your toes. Feel that joy, your ankles. Feel it in your legs. Feel that joy. Pelvic region, your lower belly. Feel that pure bliss in that stomach and heart. A pure yes joy in that throat, that expression. Honor that. Let that joy wrap up to that head, that third eye, that forehead. You're seeing this joy very clearly. And moving up above the head, outside the body. And move this joy into the room. Light it up. Bring that joy in so much that the room feels it. And bring that joy in. You're expanding so much that the city feels it. And just be present with that excitement. Let that be in your body here. Go on, any subtle hints of resistance, let that last piece down and out. Guys, you're present here with this template of you. Now just start to ground your energy in, going back to that energetic cord. It's at the base of your spine. Ground that and remember it back to that earth in a deep spot. And go until you feel that it's at its deepest. Feeling your connection into the earth. Grounding your feet in as well. Visualizing roots in the bottom of your feet. grounding that energy, any excess energy down into the ground, but you're so connected to the earth, being present with that. Now just start to bring a subtle awareness back to your body, but not back yet. Just recognize what you feel in your body. Where do you feel it? Recognize the detail of that. Where is it? That motion. Now start to come more back to your body. Bringing a presence back to the room. As you start to move your hands and your toes and your fingers, starting to move the energy. And when you are ready, come on back. Open up those eyes. Welcome back. Hello. Did anyone go on a journey? Because I felt a journey. Yeah. How are you guys feeling? Does anyone want to share? I always like say you don't have to, but sometimes it helps integrate like your understanding, or sometimes you're like, oh, like what was that happened that I can kind of help with? But yeah. Anyone want to share?
I just feel more peaceful and relaxed.
Yeah. I love that.
But I am highly spiritual already. So
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not hard for me to get there.
Yeah. I love that. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah.
I was aware of all messages
Yeah.
that came in, especially in my heart area. One of them was, and it's been a block, it's just stuff. Don't fall in love with men just leave you.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of went through that. And some of it was past life too, that it was in my heart and the shoulder area. And I felt it kind of release. And then unconditional love, I got to see people in my past. Like as a child, totally got me. But I started just uncontrollably crying. And like the spiritual part, I was on a different place too, and I was more connected spiritually at that point when it was released.
Yes.
That's kind of what I was aware of, and a lot of hard stuff. Past, not like things I wasn't even cognitive of, but things that I was cognitive of, like that one.
Yes.
I was like, oh, I thought that was gone.
Yeah.
But it still was happening. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Beautiful. Anyone else want to share? Yeah. So all good. You can just ride the wave. Ride the wave. So I love that what was coming through. I felt people were on their journey, right? Your experience is your experience. And now we say, what do we believe? Like, where are we at? We believe this truth here and now, this presence, right? This peace, right? That is the frequency of remembrance. So through this, through channeling, right? Like I said in the beginning, this frequencies come through. Working with people's divine templates, working with universal truth, right? Your peace is your peace. It's never not there. It's like when we step and remember it. So bringing in, right, this remembrance of this unconditional love, this true truth, right? You remember that. Stay in that, right? Remember that. Remember to go back to it. There's a lot of prompts that I kind of said to you guys, like, where are you feeling it in the body, right? Where are you feeling this joy? Where are you feeling this, like, unconditional love? When you were coming back to, you're kind of maybe more in that altered state, so maybe you felt it in the body a certain way. Like, use that tool to say, okay, let me go back to, like, feeling that feeling. It's always there, but sometimes the mind wants to be like, how do I, like, remember that resonance, that story? And I just, with kind of like PTSD, I know mind body disconnects quite a bit. So like how do we get in the body and feel it and remember and connect mind and body to remind us that it's there. Yeah. So it's beautiful. And I always tell people too, in their journey, in this space, you can release a lot. So if you haven't done energy work before, or if you have, I always let people know that things still kind of keep moving for a couple days, right? So we may have things that are unprocessed that kind of come up to the surface. And so I always say, just acknowledge it, just kind of like witness and observe. We don't want to emotionally or spiritually bypass. So when we like acknowledge it, we're not giving the power to that old story again. We're actually like empowering ourselves to say, okay, see it. And then we go back to like truth, right? But we want to honor what comes up so that we actually release it and don't hold on to it anymore. It's like the opposite of what we think we're doing. We're like, we can sometimes suppress, right? But we just honor it. And then, yeah, if not within a few days, you typically feel like a little lighter. And so, yeah, but it's a beautiful journey, right? Christ consciousness is like, there's so much that you can only put to words. It's more of this like feeling, right? And this then embodiment. Like, how do we integrate this knowing? I have this knowing, I remember this frequency, but how do we integrate? Or like a lot of people throw out words like integrate, we need to integrate, embodiment, like all these fancy, right? It's like, how do I apply the knowledge that I've learned and do it in my physical reality? So, okay, I feel that I'm worthy. I know it. I remember this true self. So I go out and I do my business, right? I go and act in those ways because I believe in myself, right? And I am not attaching this worthiness to like this other aspect, or like there was some fear and kind of maybe being seen. Like there were definitely some things there, some core wounds there. And it's like, okay, even if I still feel that bit there, we're actually still applying. We're applying and integrating. Because how do we get to the other side? How do we get from this like knowing to then like this knowing, this feeling it, to then like, okay, I embody and truly there? Well, once we actually apply it and we say, okay, I'm taking these steps in my business and I am being seen and I am doing this, and we realize it's not as bad. Like sometimes the mind likes to like play out all these scenarios and it's like, I'm not gonna get into public speaking. Like, what's the worst that can happen? You guys will like throw eggs at me, right? Like, like it's like we play out all of these scenarios and the mind will go instead of actually doing, right? So when we do, even if we feel it, that's when that starts to fall. That's that integration that's happening. It's like then the mind and the ego is like, okay, like I don't need to do that. It's like, oh, okay. But it still has this other task. It's being led by the heart and soul. It's awake. Ego's awake. And now we're creating from spaces that are led from the heart soul instead of ego leading and creating scenarios that weren't even real. Like I lost this before I actually lost it because I never did it. Like I just, if I play that scenario in my head, right? So we just want to like take the action and the stuff and integrate, right? Integrate that healing. So, yeah.
I was going to say, watching you and experiencing you do that, I just was saying to her, I don't speak my spiritual language out loud, right? I whisper it. Like I was like, oh, I hope he doesn't hear my language.
Yeah, I heard it. I wasn't going to call it out, but yeah, you called it out.
And like the first session, I went in the back because and I could feel it and I could see it around me, like seeing it from the back. And I told him I usually sit in the back.
Yeah.
But you ebbed and flowed so easily. And I was like, oh my gosh, I just spoke that out loud. And she said, you need to let it go.
Yeah.
Because I grew up having to hide it. Like in my spiritual community in the past, it was a hidden. Tears weren't allowed, speaking out.
Yeah.
Spiritual language wasn't allowed. So being gifted with it, like it's an ebb and flow to a higher consciousness. And I'm very much aware of stifling it, and I didn't know if I could hear it.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and it added in, and
I didn't know that. So yeah, because I was like, oh, listen to her, she's just ebb and flowing, and I didn't think I was.
And we just
stifled it.
Yep. And that's the beauty of this, like, right, Christ consciousness connection to like true self is like, once we start the flow, once we like open it and we take that like toe, we just take a toe. Then maybe take a foot and a leg forward, right? Like that's all that it takes. And that's where then like the releasing and the integrating, right? And it's like, oh, okay, like I'm not like, you guys aren't gonna throw eggs at me, so good. Like, you know, maybe I'm hungry and I might ask next time, you know, you guys can like, right? I'll just like have some good lunch, but yeah, heartful. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I think it's good for the but yeah. But yeah, you know, just right, stepping into that, right? And like this, I didn't come into this journey where I was like, I'm just gonna go and like speak in front of people. It's like when I first started the journey, and it came through that this was to be channeled. I was like, what? Why me? Like, what? And so basically stepping into that journey, right, with that toe and that foot forward, and understanding that I'm actually learning when I'm also channeling and teaching and feeling that. And that is beautiful too. Right? That is like the beauty of the journey. It's like, oh, that little bit that just happened, right? Or that experience, the mirrors that we're all showing each other. That's the beauty of it when we're present and pay attention. So, I'm wrapping up here. I gave you guys, or I think most of you guys have my brochures. I do one-on-one sessions of the Akashic Enlightenment. I do channel on those. I also gave you guys a flyer. I have an online Christ Consciousness. It's a 4-week journey where basically we're templating in this this unconditional love, releasing, right? So whatever you experience today, we're continuing to release, understanding, and stepping in, continuing to step into that journey. So because it's an online group experience, so it's something that you can kind of scan the QR code if that works. So you have my website there. And if you have any questions or anything, I'm at my table. I have in there. It's like kind of the corner, like towards, gosh, I'm like bad with directions. Like we're going that way. It's in like the corner, like all the way in the end there. Come in, come say hi, get on my email list. But yeah, other than that, that's a pleasure.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, Know that every episode delivers a powerful, energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. There you go. And move within that window.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support.
Okay, we're live. And thank you for joining us. Come on in. Come on in. There's a few up here, a few in the middle. So my name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we are delighted to be here for our first Enlightenment Expo. We also are an enlivening expo. And this is the first time in Las Vegas. So we are delighted to see you all here and joining us. I am absolutely delighted to introduce you to Yuri Lee, who will be presenting past life regression and time travel today. She is a high priestess of the Temple of Sedona. She's a certified hypnotherapist, RTT therapist, counselor, and past life regression practitioner. She is also the creator of Vortex Breathwork, which is actually a trademarked modality, and a transformative transformative healing modality that merges breath, sound, and multidimensional light codes. A universal Tao instructor and holistic health expert trained by Master Mantia. Okay. Yuri integrates ancient healing, plant medicine, and Taoist practices into her work. After a life-changing divine encounter, she was called to step into her soul mission of helping others heal and awaken. Yuri now leads powerful ceremonies, retreats, and priestess trainings in Sedona, offering full moon, solstice, Lionsgate, and native drumming activations. And if you're still around at 5 o'clock, we do have a solstice celebration today. So enjoy.
Thank you, everyone, and Alice for the instruction. So now first, hello, everyone. Hello. Nice to meet you all in Las Vegas. I asked, SoulSearch is actually a friend of mine, Tanjila, who we were practicing a lot of these in Sedona. And I asked her, we need to go into Las Vegas. We really wanna, they are in need of this. I visited here often when I visited here when I was in different industry. And experimenting the consciousness is that there's so much demand here and not a lot of support here. So we made this happen. I'm so happy for it. And as she introduced myself as hypnotherapist, it's my major modality that I've been practicing. And let me give you a little bit of my background, how I became a hypnotherapist. So I was a fashionista. I was in fashion industry from New York. I studied in Parsons School of Design, and I moved to Los Angeles to work in downtown LA. And I had a pretty successful career as a designer, a clothing buyer in downtown LA. And what happened was when I was hitting around my mid-30s, I started having these issues with two major challenges which a lot of people are facing. One was my relationship, and the other was my career path. So relationship-wise, I would date guys around, but I would never get to meet someone who wanted to marry me, right? And I'm single, and I think I'm okay looking. I'm not like extremely overweight or extremely ugly, and I have a good career that was making six-figure income. So I wouldn't understand why I'm being challenged with the relationship part. I would meet people, but it wouldn't never really go forward. The other challenge was my career, where again, I'm making a really good money being the fashionista in downtown, but it was kind of robbing my soul. And I start not wanting to go to work. I would sit in my car in a parking lot 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. My job wasn't very difficult. I'm very good at doing all the fashion work, but my soul was crying. So at the time, with both of this challenge, I started to go back to asking God, I need some help. I need some help from you. I know that I was away from you for a little bit because I grew up as a Christian, and I was actually Sunday school teacher from early days. And I'm asking God, what is my purpose? Like, what is related to my purpose and my relationship issues that I'm still single when everybody's asking me, when are you going to get married? And I still don't even have a serious boyfriend. At the time, I did the practice of letting go, surrendering. And surrendering at the time was not very trendy like this time. It was something that I thought, well, I'm just going to give it up. But what I did was, I'm going to accept. God, if you have a path for me to follow as a single woman, and then I don't have any partner, I accept. And I just let it go. And I will also accept whatever you have in front of me, guide me through. And I did surrender. And that's when I actually met a God at one of my clients' home in Florida. One day I was visiting him, sleeping in his guest bedroom, which was air conditioned at 69 degrees. And I'm having this phenomenon of my bed being shaken up. I'm sweating. I am feeling, this is kind of I'm in the earth, but I'm kind of not in the earth. And I'm seeing the angels and demons fighting over my soul. And I'm here, but I'm seeing my soul. And they were literally fighting, like, who's going to take over my soul? And what it was telling me that I could hear was, you have to make a decision at this time. And because it was so powerfully telling me, make a choice, I had no choice. I'm going to go with the light. And when I made that choice in that place where I can't really explain, now I understand what that was. It's called like a theta, but awakened theta, where you're awakened, but you're not really fully awakened, right? So you can see and feel, or you can hear, but you're not really on the earth or on this other side. And that's where I had to make a decision. And when I made the decision to be with the light, that's when the God says, okay, now you follow, stop what you're doing and go out and help heal others. So that was the sentence that I was given. And that's the time when I felt the release and felt this tremendous of just the healing and also awakening. That's when I started to hear the divine, the God, the angel start talking to me. And I went back to Los Angeles from the trip. And a week later, I met my ex-husband. Ex-husband, right? I'm now met my ex-husband. What I was told was, okay, becoming a healer. And immediately he was teaching me. He was my greatest teacher. And he actually took me to all these places with the healers of the world. I was introduced to work with Maori healers, Native Americans. We'd go down to Amazon. He was the one who introduced me to all these different types of modalities. And I became an intuitive healer, working with the crystals and herbs from Amazon to help people to get healthier. So we work with the herbs, superfoods, and I would counsel people. I would do a monthly gathering, which now I do it under the full moon, but I was doing monthly gathering with the people who's working with us and gather. And we did a visioning process, which is the practice from Agape International, created by Dr. Michael Beckwith. It's the process that you create an intention, but without the lacking and without knowing. I was doing moon ceremonies with people. Throughout my journey with my marriage, I had 2 beautiful children, and I had tremendous challenges. My husband was suffering from extreme anger issues that you wouldn't understand why he would get or trigger up. And then obviously I'm the one who has to deal with all that response. And because I was practicing spirituality and I tried to calm him down, we managed 10 years, but in the end of it, what happened was my body was suffering from the challenge. Half of my body was about to become paralyzing, and I had to go see acupuncturist, acupressure, sauna, the chiropractic, all the herbs in the world that we understood that would be good for me. I would take all of them, as well as my husband, still working on himself. And at the time, I had a healer who was doing a gua sha practice on me. I was with him for 6 months, and he would call me up and say, hey, what's going on with you at home? Because you're with me for every week for 6 months, and you're not getting better, you're getting worse. And now I have to tell you what is happening with your personal life. And that's when I shared what's going on in my marriage and my home. And that's when he had announced, what I see from your inside, it was intuitive, is that you're developing a cancer cell. If you don't do anything about what's going on, then what are you going to do with your 2 children? You have to make some tough decision. And that's when I made a decision to end my marriage. When everyone in my cultural background, divorce was not something that was okay with. And my mother still don't talk about if I was divorced. It's a very shameful thing. It was not acceptable. And my family was just basically, why don't you just try to settle, basically. Now, he's not a bad person. Of course, he's not a bad person. He has trauma that's not healed. And he loves your children. And if you just kind of like deal with it, and how are you going to meet other people in your life? You're in your 40s, you're passing mid 40s. How do you expect to meet another man? You're probably not going to have to be single for the rest of your life. And then what came to me was, wait a second, I already made a decision with God. I'm okay being a single. I had a marriage for 10 years, and I have this two precious beings I have to take care of. My health is not supporting. How can I take care of my children? So I made a tough decision to separate, and immediately after I divorced my ex, I felt better, and I was gaining the energy back, and I started to walk the deeper healing journey as a single mother. Not easy, but that's when I actually was introduced to plant medicine. I was introduced to plant medicine because I started having engagement with other men, right? I'm divorced, and after a little time passed, I start going out on a date, and I find myself that I'm still attracting similar energy, kind of narcissistic, kind of selfish, and also emotionally unavailable men. So what I did was, my friend introduced to this plant medicine ceremony that was happening in Los Angeles, and I attended, and my intention for the ceremony was, give me some answer, God, because I don't know what's going on. I've been a healer. I did the practice for 10 years, but I got sicker. So I need some answer. And then what was the answer from the God, from the influence of ayahuasca and mushroom, was stop what you're doing and go out and help others, right? Because for 10 years, what I did was I still was working in the fashion industry. So one foot in, one foot out. And then I did my healing work on the weekends. So I still wasn't fully 100% following my purpose. And I was dealing with the extreme challenge with, I'm married, but I have a bigger challenge in my marriage that my health was in risk. So with that, what happened was, it was like a movie playing. My life was showing of all the things that I was involved with on authentic way, all the practice from fashion industry, all the relationship that I'm having with my friend, all the people pleasing, all the toxic relationship with family and friends were all showing up like a movie. And I would have to say it was the most powerful healing session experience that I have ever had through my 10 years prior, because I would go and work with all the natives and indigenous all over the world. And it's amazing. It's great. They have all the wisdom in the world they can share. But when it was hitting me that hard, like a movie, it's a bit different. That is the reason why I practice, even though it's not really legal to practice. I practice it because it was the most powerful experience for my healing and expansion of my consciousness. So with that, I went back to my practitioner, my soon became the mentor. I want to work with this medicine. So what do? So for last 8 years, I practiced participating once a month of a plant medicine along with the facilitating. So I became a plant medicine facilitator, and I started working in that group to facilitate people. And as I was doing all that practice, what happened was I thought that I was getting enlightened, right? A year of practicing the plant medicine, I thought I was like becoming like a Jesus Christ frequency, because I was able to forgive everyone. Like somebody hit my car, and I was like, oh, I forgive you. Right? All that was happening. And what happened was I started forgiving my ex-husband. And what happened was, because we are raising our children together, we start engaging a little bit more. And I'm feeling all enlightened. I'm forgiving all of his, whatever that he did. And I thought he was doing the same thing I was doing, working on himself. And he was really nicer to me than ever before. He threw a bait at me that I could not resist after a year of practicing my plant medicine journey. You can stop working in fashion industry and you can work for me. And you can take care of the children. I know how much you don't like your old work, and you can just do whatever you want. Very irresistible, right? And I said yes. We remarried. We remarried after 2 years of a separation. And what happened? I moved back into his house immediately. It's not even a day after. The day I moved into his house, I started seeing the same behaviors that I saw, that I swore that I wasn't gonna deal with that. That got me sick. So I'm basically just traumatized. What happened? I thought I was being enlightened. And that's when I reached out for more help. I had a lot of indigenous natives who was helping me through, and as well as I started to learn about hypnotherapy, because that was the only thing that we haven't tried, working with your subconscious mind. And my teacher was Marisa Peer, the creator of RTT. And when I saw how people were shifting from addiction to being free and also manifesting their dreams, I made a decision to become a hypnotherapist. And with that, the pandemic happened. As I became certified at the time, we moved to Sedona. So that was something that happened in 2020. And I thought we'll give another try in our marriage, since we have 2 children together. And I gave a lot into the regression therapy, as he was also very open to work with it. We moved to Sedona, and within a month, I didn't know this about Sedona. We thought it was just a spiritual, beautiful place, but how it was opening up and I was able to see was another under the influence of a ceremony. You're in a narcissistic relationship. I asked this to all my elders and therapists. Am I in some kind of toxic relationship? No one was able to tell me this, because they were all friends of him. They were all afraid to get hit, so they would not share that. And it was something that the trees and mushroom actually were able to show it to me, that you're walking on the eggshell. You're in this very narcissistic relationship. And because I learned to love myself a little bit better than a year ago or 2 years ago, I was able to see and accept that fact. And I made a decision just after a month later. I am for sure ending this, which is something that was happening to me over and over again in my lifetime. Not just in this life. So you see how I was repeating that within my lifetime? But guess what? I did this with my mother. My mother and my husband, they're good people. I'm not saying that narcissist doesn't mean they're bad people, right? My mom has narcissistic quality, but she doesn't really show it. But she has challenge with my father. They're both very beautiful people, right? My mother could be a Miss Korea. My husband, ex-Versace model, right? They are one of the most beautiful people that I could engage, that I created the wounds within myself, that if I'm not beautiful as them, I'm not good enough. There was a core wounds that I dealt with that was creating for me to not be able to meet somebody, because there was something very corely just embedded in me. That's why I was having the relationship issues. That's why I had to become so masculine, so that I could show that I'm worth it. At least I'm not beautiful enough as my my mom or my husband, but at least I can do it with my work. So I can produce, I can make money, because it's just something I can actually put it in my effort. But with relationship, it's not just with me, it's with other people. So I am playing a role that we played from my childhood with my mom, and something that I played from my past lives. At the time, from my Sedona, one of the practitioners came and told me, I see there are many beautiful, incredible talent who are able to show you your past lives. I can do that because I'm a past life regression therapist and I do past life reading. And I also have past life regression microdosing mushroom that can also help you to see your past lives. That is very helpful, because if you don't see your past life, you're not going to be able to understand your wounds. Your core wounds isn't just about here and there you feel like, oh, I think maybe I'm not good enough, I'm not on this. There is an issue that happened, incident that happened to you from your past that you need to resolve. But you're not resolving it because we don't have a lot of support. What is the support we have? We have programs, TV programs, movie programs, government programs, pharmaceutical programs. They're running always on us so that we don't process our past wounds, right? And then what is the surface thing that we do? We go out and shopping. We go out and see movie. We do just to make us feel a little bit better, right? But it goes away right after. Right, 30 minutes after we go shopping, we bring it home. Yeah, you wear something nice. Yeah, but that does not cure your issue that you brought it in, not from your childhood, but from your past lives. What I did with my husband in this lifetime, I did it 1,000 years ago back as a mermaid, and he was as a man was on the boat. He wanted something from me because he wasn't able to get it. He thought that by capturing me alive, he could get. That's called codependent relationship that we were taught that we need to be. You complete me. You understand? It's in the song, it's in the movie. You complete me. Codependent relationship. That's what my husband was playing before. And so he caught me alive when I was a mermaid, right? So with that, gosh, I have a blood coming out of my, talking about it passionately. That caught me on my waist. That pain, I still feel it. And I know that some of you have that pain, and that's why some of you are afraid of water. Some of you are afraid of fire, because how you died and wasn't able to process that emotion is stuck with you. So if you can find out your core wounds that was created from your past lives, which you brought it into this life, and that's why you're wanting to move it through within engagement with your parents, siblings, or with your partners, with the very little supports that we have in this world right now, right? And that's the reason why our depression and anxiety is going through the top. It's the diseases that we're facing, increasing every year, like 100%. Every other person I'm meeting is suffering from anxiety, depression, and insomnia in my table. Every other person coming. Why? We have insomnia because you have anxiety. That's why you can't sleep. Anxiety comes from the fear, unresolved fear from our past. So I'm all about creating a better future. But the reason we have to deal with your past life is because we live in our past. We did the same ones. We live in our future because our past hasn't been resolved. So everybody is putting that happiness. If I make certain amount of money, then I'm gonna be happy. If I meet the future husband or wife, I'm gonna be happy. You're living in your future, right? So none of us are being present at the moment. We're either in our past or the future. So how do we merge this two? So let me share with you a little bit about my Sedona practice as a practitioner. So right after I divorced my husband for the second time, actually hundreds of times from all my past lives, is that I became a full-time practitioner for a retreat center called Sedona Soul Adventure, and there are many other retreat centers I work with in Sedona as an inner child healing practitioner, past life regression therapist, and also breathwork ceremony. So those are the 3 sessions that I facilitated for all the people coming from all over the world to heal. And then what's their deal? Obviously, coming to Sedona for 5 days to 7 days, you're gonna have to have some money. At the minimum they charge for individual ceremony and retreats are minimum $5,000, $10,000 easily for a couple to do the retreat. And then what do? They hire people like me and 10 other practitioners to do morning and afternoon session every day. And 90% of the sessions are all inner child healing and past life. So that you open up, right? Because the first thing you have to do is your inner child healing, right? And then you're just doing it, we call it a different names, but it's all inner child healing. And then we will throw back in the past life regression therapy, and we finalize it with the breathwork ceremony. Because the breathwork ceremony is something legal, but because of the plant ceremony is not legal, so we did not practice that. But because of my experience with the plant medicine was more powerful than breathwork ceremony, I would do that separately for my private clients. And when I was called by the Sedona spirit, that now it's time for you to go back to California and practice what you learn and practice to more people. And that's the reason why I'm standing here. And I'm traveling all over the states. Not only from LA, I go to Northern California, Arizona, Colorado, East Coast every weekend and share this message. And there are people who see healing. People are able to get out of anxiety and depression and sleeps first, right? And then you start walking through your healing journey. And now I also open this retreats that I designed for daytime and overnight so that you can experience deeper healing. Readings are great because reading will give you an energy of where you are at. But reading is not gonna heal you. I do intuitive reading too. I do past life reading too. It will give you an information that it's not gonna heal our wounds. It takes time. It took me 18 years to actually being able to not repeat that same pattern that I repeated over and over again. And it's very tempting, I tell you, because the healing journey is not easy, right? So when my ex comes back and being nice and wants to throw gift at me and wants to do the nice thing, and I get, my life is so hard and I'm financially challenged. So I'm like, maybe is it better? Like, it's just a human condition. We forget our traumas, and then we want to get in a comfortable situation. Is where we operate. But I made a recording. When I left my husband for the second time. Whenever you come that temptation again, listen to this recording, and I do listen to that, so that I remember to not repeat my work that I've been on my soul's journey until this time to move out of. I do that, and that's when I went back to LA, the mushroom called Amanita muscaria came to my life to work with me as my assistant. I'm not a product company. I'm not a tea company, I'm not a product company. This is something that I utilize for my clients after the ceremony to have you to integrate your healing journey. What I saw was when you go down to Amazon or Costa Rica to do 10, 20, 30 different ayahuasca ceremonies, right? And it's beautiful experience. It's very, very intense experience for you to be able to awaken. However, they don't live the kind of life that we live, in modern society. So they don't necessarily understand how to integrate, and they don't even speak your language. And then what we do is we come back to US, and what happens? Go back to normal, just like I did, right? I remarried my husband. You go right back to, because you don't think that you deserve better. There is a wound that is underlying issue. And also because from our media always getting at you settle. You don't deserve more. It's always running. So we live with that, and we need a little help. But spiritually, we are in infancy. Technology, we are advancing, but our spirituality is, we're just getting out of like old way of practicing our spirituality with our religion. We're just like thinking that, oh, if God was actually the God of a loving God, there is no judgment. But every single religion, they judge if you're not part of their religion. There are a lot of good practice. Like I said, Christian backgrounds, a lot of great teachers, but there are a lot of judgment. If you're doing a yoga, it's a devil practice. That's what my mom used to tell me, right? Everything has the light and dark, right? And you want to work with the light. You want to understand, I have light and my darkness, my shadow. If you don't integrate your shadow, then your light becomes like, yeah, I'm enlightened. I'm going to go right back to my ex-husband, right? And that's the reason why you want to integrate all the healing sessions, whether it's with the plants or with amazing regression therapy that you do. You want to integrate it. And that's what I offer. And also the mushroom or plants can help you with. So now I have pain-free life. All my right side that I was struggling with for 10 plus years, through different modalities, I was getting better at. But once I incorporate this particular mushroom, I have no pain. Not only I have no pain, but my energy is up to the top, and I work 16 hours a day, no problem, with pleasure. It's not work. Like people see me as like, oh my God, how come you work so much? Because I love it. Because I'm passionate about it. It's not work, it's a living. So I'm awake and I start making my tinctures and my healing product and oil mist, and then creativity is not non-stopping. And I've been on this for my 3rd year of microdosing the mushroom and flower that very gentle. You don't have to go through like a puking and pooping and all that uncomfortableness. It's a very gentle. You don't even have to do ceremony if you don't want to. They will help you through, because what happens with them is you will start developing a relationship with this mushroom that has a very loving spirit and peaceful spirit. That's actually the reason why the mushroom was hidden from us. From a 13th century, what happened when our kingdom was very in power with our religious leaders, they were all in control. They want to control our lives. And then they understood about the mushroom. This mushroom was the most powerful mushroom. All our shaman, priestess utilized from Egypt, India, Vedic culture, the Siberia, Asia. We all use this mushroom because we have it all around the world in Northern Hemisphere. But because the element of the mushroom is very loving, and what they do, their purpose is to get the fear out of your field and replace with love energy. And then what happens if you have more love? It's hard to control, right? So that's when the controllers have given to us, okay, no more, we don't want that. Like, well, okay, people can get into a coma state, so let's label that as poisonous and a deadly mushroom so that people don't touch it. So all the Northern European and Russian, they were told by the generation not to touch it. It's poisonous. Well, you're not going to die by touching it. You don't die. I touch it all the time. And if you also process in a way that I we're told to process, which is making a tea out of it. Nobody's dying. I'm alive here. Thousands of grams of the mushroom I've been ingesting myself and with my clients. Nobody's dying. Nobody's getting sick. People are just getting better, and I'm gaining more energy. But if you Google this mushroom, I tell you, it's gonna come out as toxic mushroom. Why? Because you if you don't know how to work with it, you could get into a coma state. You will go to sleep. It's the mushroom of Alice in Wonderland. What happened to Alice in Wonderland? Right? She took some mushroom and she fell and was into sleep for 4 or 5 hours. Right? No, she cannot be found. And then what did she do? She's sleeping. She's not seeing things. It's not hallucinogenic, but she's dreaming and she's traveling through different time and space in her subconscious to understand about herself. And when she comes back, when she's awakened, what happens? She forget everything, what happened, but there is something that is resonating with her, so that when she is in her real life, that she's making some decision differently than how she used to. That's the mushroom of Alice in Wonderland. The other thing, there's a rabbit that's running around, right? Which represents time, right? Time also represents energy. Time is the most precious energy that we don't think that we are aware of, right? If we can manipulate the time and work with the time wisely, then we can gain the energy. That's actually the base of Tesla energy. So if you are more activated, if you can create a vortex with your energy, then you can manifest the energy, powerful energy. And that's what it's given while you're sleeping with this. That's basically a time machine that is edible. So I do invite you guys to come and check out my table that I personally handmade all this. It's not like, I'm not trying to put this in Whole Foods or anything. I'm not trying to get rich out of creating the mushroom like pharmaceutical companies. My purpose, which I am 100% healer right now, and I do well, and I have lovers who value me, and I have a loving relationship with the friends. So I'm happy. I'm happy being who I am, but it doesn't mean that I'm afraid of certainly I'm not afraid of dying. I'm not afraid of being alone. I'm not afraid that whichever leader is gonna do something to the world. All of those programs, I put it away. I'm just focused on loving myself, doing the things that I love, which I'm happy about. And I provide this information and opportunity for you to join me anywhere from microdosing the mushroom and also joining in for deeper healing process. Like I say, inner child healing, past life regressions, and breath work that I develop are the framework that we can work it through to get you open up your subconscious. And if you are also courageous enough to join in for a plant medicine ceremony, I designed in a way so that you can join in without having to go down to Amazon, which I love, what it's offered, but I have to say, I was a little scared that there are a live being of all the insects, and they're crawling over, and then you want to feel safe, and I didn't really feel that safe around there. I also feel that integration is the most important thing that you want to have it on your healing journey, or also even for your expansion of the consciousness. A lot of people take mushroom, and because it makes you feel good, you take it and you are addicted to mushroom. You're addicted to ayahuasca because it can also escape you from your reality. But if you have a proper integration, you actually could become the person who you meant to be. The reason why you so contracted for you to be on this earth at this time. Why are you here? Are you here because you're here to just get married to someone? All right, to have a 9 to 5 jobs and live with 2 vacation a year? Or are you here because your soul chose to do something that is very unique and only you have a gift of, and to share that light with others so that you can make the world a little better place? So this is basically my message to you. And if you have any questions, feel free to come. I also am going to facilitate, today's is solstice, summer solstice, and we're going to have a 5 o'clock summer solstice ceremony right here where you can bring in your intention and celebrate our life on earth together. So that's about it. Thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing you at my booth. Thank you.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul.
We're going to do a tech
Introducing
check because we're
Becoming
going to
Whole,
be streaming
Healing
live.
with Francie Soito,
And
a
at the
powerful
top
new
of the hour,
live show
we
on
will go live.
SoulSearch
So I'm
TV.
still doing a little bit of a tech
Francie
check.
is a Reiki master,
Making
psychic
sure that our
medium, and
microphone
angelic
is all
channel
set.
with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at
So everybody local, you guys, any visitors to Las Vegas this weekend?
Me.
Yes, me too. And we are live. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're absolutely delighted to be in Las Vegas and having you with us today. Thank you so much for coming out. I am delighted, thrilled, and delighted some more to introduce Jared the Medium. His talk today is just going to be a gallery reading. So this is one of the funnest talks that we have on the SoulSearch speaker schedule because we just don't know what's going to happen. So we love that. Jared the Medium is a professional psychic medium with over a decade of experience. He's known for his straightforward, honest, and down-to-earth approach to mediumship. He believes that everyone has intuitive gifts. And he's passionate about helping others unlock and develop their own abilities through private sessions and his popular development circles. Jared is also the creator and performer of the gallery-style show Medium-Sized Ego that you can watch on SoulSearch TV. It is online and on all streaming platforms. In his gallery-style show, he candidly explores the process of delivering messages from spirit and the ongoing journey of balancing ego in intuitive work. His unique style combines wisdom, humor, and heartfelt connection, making mediumship accessible to all. And I just want to point out really quickly that Jared will be doing circle readings where everyone is guaranteed a reading this evening at 6:30 in this room. It is limited seating. There are a few tickets remaining, and the price point is $55. So with that, I'm happy to introduce Jared the Medium. All right, guys, bring it up.
Hi. Thank you. Apparently I have to wear a third microphone now, so now I really feel special. All right, how's that? All right, welcome here, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much for getting the energy up. Some people will call that a little cheat that I use that helps me bring the energy up in the room. And it's not for me, it's for you guys, right? I actually have to battle it. So when you guys do all that cheering, then my ego starts to swell, and then it's all bad, right? So I gotta fight against it. But it really helps. It's like when a bunch of people.
Sorry. Can you stay away from the line? Thank you.
You got it. Thank you, baby. Thank you. She's the boss. She's going to keep me in the light. She's going to keep me in the spot. She's going to keep me recording. So anyway, welcome here. So I lost my train of thought, but you guys all praying together or cheering together or doing anything together, all your vibrations just kind of got together. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know it helps. I know it helps. So again, I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always tell everybody that medium just means middleman. So what I'm trying to do is take what I'm getting from spirit and pass it on to you guys, right? Without messing it up with this. Like, that's my goal. My goal is to take it and give it to you without altering it. So that means not mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, letting my own ego get in the way. Hence, medium-sized ego, right? If my ego is too small, there's no way I could get up in front of a room full of this many people and try to stand up and do this. There's just no way. So I can't have no ego, right? But the minute my ego gets too big and I start taking credit or responsibility or thinking I'm doing this and it's not spirit, then I can't do this work. So it's all about, for me, keeping that ego right in the middle. So that's why the name of my show is Medium-Sized Ego. And I think that we all have this ability. I think that everybody can do what I do. I think we're born with it. I'm one of the people who lost it along the way and had to find it again. Not everybody loses it, but I think a lot of us do. But we all have this ability. I've practiced it to get better at it. I've practiced it, practiced it, practiced it. It's the only difference between me and maybe you, is that I practiced it and you haven't. Maybe not. Maybe you have. I don't know. I'm just saying that's the point. So here's what we're going to do today. I'm going to go around the room. I'm going to pick a few people, and we're going to do some readings. And during that process, I'll probably walk you through how I'm reading or what I'm getting or what it's like. Again, that wasn't my intention when I started doing this. I thought I was going to get up here and showcase my abilities to you when Spirit told me to do this show. And what happened was I got up in front of you and I was like, I'm scared. What? Where'd that go from? You know, I'm nervous every time I do this. What? Really? You are? Yeah. Well, you know, I'm afraid I'm not going to get something this time for you. And you're all going to see, right? So I'm battling. That's part of my ego, right? That fear. I'm battling that while I'm reading you guys. And so what it ended up doing was bringing you all with me on this journey as I'm reading. So now I can show you guys, look, see, I'm afraid too. Like, see, this is what you do. This is how it comes to. This is, you know, this is kind of how the process works. And it makes it more human. It makes it more obtainable for all of you. That's my goal, anyway, right? And again, not my goal. My goal was to showcase my abilities. That was my ego, right? But Spirit had a different plan. So that's what we're going to do. All right? And I'll just kind of walk through some of the stuff as we go. I won't go too much into the talking beforehand. All right, so the first part of the process for me is to pick somebody, right? And even when I start thinking about picking somebody, this is where the fear really starts to creep in immediately. Like already I'm like, oh, crap. You know, I can just feel it. Like I'm starting to just feel the fear creep in, okay? And so, and again, this is kind of how it works. Like I'll look at somebody, I'll look at the guy in the front row with the bald hair right there, and I'll be like, ooh, don't read that guy, he's scary. You know what I mean? Like that's me, right? Like that's my ego. Even if he's not very scary. But that might be how I think, right? Or I might see a young girl and be like, ooh, she probably doesn't have that many people pass, right? Like that's the way my ego already starts to work on me, my fears, right? Start to creep in immediately. Now, whenever I trust that or I let that lead me, it never goes well, right? It never goes well. So I have a few tricks that I'll use to kind of bypass that. One of them is I'll close my eyes, right? I won't look at y'all. I'll just close my eyes, and then I'll allow myself to feel being drawn around the room. Now, keep in mind that I have been struggling lately to pick somebody and stick on them. So if someone's saying no to that information, and it's definitely for you, please raise your hand and let me know. I don't like reading that way, but again, Spirit kind of has a different plan. As a matter of fact, I'm going to try something a little different today, apparently. So there we go. I didn't know that until just now. Okay. See how it works? All right. So there's two ways to do this. One is to pick somebody and just read them. And the other way a lot of people do it is I'll just get the information and then you have to tell me if it's for you. I don't like that way because personally, I feel like that's 21 questions. You know what I mean? Like you're narrowing it down, right? And I have to really get good proof after that to prove that's accurate. So I don't like it that way. But if it happens today, it happens today. That's Spirit's plan for me, not mine. Again, it's not up to me, it's up to them. So again, first way I like to do it is I like to close my eyes, feel myself being pulled around the room, or just not look at you and feel myself being drifted around the room. So I do feel myself being pulled right over here, about third or fourth row, maybe. I don't know yet. And again, I won't know yet until I look up. And then I'm going to look in this area. Oh, Reg, you don't look at me like that. Sorry. Another thing I won't do is I won't read somebody in here that I've already read because, again, I don't like the way that looks, right? I'm skeptical. I'm a skeptical person by nature, even though this is what I do. So I like to treat all of you like I'm skeptical, like you're skeptical, right? I wouldn't want anything that would look suspicious, right? I wouldn't want that. So I fight against that all the time with my ego, okay? But I am in this area. Yeah, I do have something for you, but I don't know if it's now. I think I'm here. I haven't read you before, correct? Okay. Can I come to you? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try. I think it's for you. Okay. I have a male energy that just stepped in as soon as I said you. Okay, I have a male energy that stepped in and just gave you a big old hug and a kiss on the cheek. So again, I feel a lot of love with that kiss on the cheek. Not just like, oh hi, it was like, honey, I love you so much. Kiss on the cheek. This male, there's two males now, I feel. So you have a father figure that's passed. Do you also have a husband or a male side that's passed, like a brother or a husband?
Neither of those, but yes,
Honey? Okay, sorry. A relationship? Sorry. See, I gotta watch how I say that, right? I just assume. So you have a male to the side. So again, a lot of ways this works for me. Male to the side would be brother, relationship, friend. Your age. Behind you is gonna be dad, grandparents go behind that. Kids would be in front of you. Sometimes they mix it up though. So, okay, so I have a relationship who gave you a kiss on the cheek, just so you know. But right when I went to say him, I felt a dad figure coming also. Now, I do get a lot of love from dad. Lots of love because I heard dad. So that's my symbol to know lots and lots of love. Not just dad. I heard he corrected me. He said daddy. Okay. He says thank you, thank you, thank you. So there's 3 thank yous he's giving you for, and these are always about respecting, showing them respect. Okay. It's usually before they pass that you show them respect. Something during they pass, and after they pass, you still show respect. And so one more thing. Did he get sick before he passed? Okay. And then did you help take care of him somehow, or were you helping with something part of his passing? I'm not sure. At this point, I could be mixing them because I don't really know for sure. So somebody was ill and you took care of them before they passed. Is that the honey or the dad?
actually both, but yes.
Okay. I really get thrilled. All right. So it's okay. Like I don't always know exactly, especially when 2 come in very close like that. But I get this. The reason I went to this is because I get symbols. Okay. Symbols are something I'm seeing or feeling in my mind, right? That my guide gives me to tell me to talk about a specific thing. That's it. Just talk about it. I don't know when I start talking about it if it's going to be yes about it, no about it. If it's going to be, I don't really know until I start talking, and I'm counting on. So I'm going to start talking about this random picture that I got in my head that means someone got sick. And then I'm counting on Spirit to feed me with the rest of that, the right information before I finish saying it to you. It's kind of a scary thing to do. You got it's really scary. So someone said, give me my symbolism for being sick before they passed. So that looks like an oxygen tube in the nose. That's what the symbol means to you. Then they gave me a big thank you. The big thank you is taking care of somebody. That's what that is. It's the biggest thing you can do for another human being because you spend part of your energy as a human taking care of somebody at the end of life. You understand? So I get a big thank you from this. Now, you did that for the honey, correct? Because I know now. See, now I got chills. If I ever say I got chills, that's how my guide tells me yes, right? So I'm not sure if I'm accurate until I get that. Before that, maybe, I don't know, you can feel strong and all that, but when I get the chills, then that's never once been wrong. It's always been accurate. You guys can all use this as a yes. That's my guide telling me I got that right. Your honey wants to say thank you. Do you understand that? Thank you for honoring me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did he leave children behind? Okay, because again, I didn't see that was weird, right? I didn't ask if they left children behind. I asked if he left children behind, right? So that means they're his, not yours, right? Okay, so I didn't know I was going to say that. I meant to ask her if they had any children. What came out of my mouth, you heard how it came out, right? Like that's where the spirit's slipping that in at the last second. And I'm like, oh, did I just say that? Oh, that must mean this. See, it's kind of interesting. It's very subtle, but if you pay attention, you can get more information out of it. And I know because he looked behind him. If you look behind him, sadly, which is my symbol that he left somebody behind him he wants to talk about. Now, I also said children, so it's more than one. Is that true?
One child.
Okay, yeah. If you say you have two, then I would say there have to be grandchildren. So if you said plural, right? So that just means more than one. Okay. Which one of them do you still have their watch or their jewelry? Who do you still have I got male jewelry being handed to you. So do you still have? No. Okay. So one of them actually a watch? You have a watch. Okay. So the way that works is watch is a symbol to me of male jewelry. So when I see this, it means that she still has the male jewelry. But for some reason I saw it twice, which usually means it's actually a watch. Right? So you have someone's actual watch. Do you have Dad's actual watch? Okay. Is that the one with the silver, like a silver or a stainless? Which one is the stainless and the silver look on it? Your dad? Because I feel like I'm switching back to Dad for a moment. I feel like I just switched, and that's what I want to say. Is Mom still alive for you? Okay. Yeah, we'll see. No, I'm just kidding. Because he said, take care of Mom. Take care of Mom. So. And again, I don't know what that is, there's some drama there or something that when he said it, but he still said take care of Mom. You understand that? All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. Sorry, I'm not on your camera.
Which one we're doing?
How about right here? Does that work? Does that work? Yeah. All right, so you guys saw kind of how that process worked. I got to teach you a little bit. Now that was a pretty good reading. There was not a lot of no's there, right? So I'm glad because I like when they start out good, right? I'm hoping that one of them will be more of a struggle, so you guys will get to see that too. What's really neat about this is, like I used to be scared to death to do this. That I'm not going to show you guys how amazing it is. But then when I would get a struggle, it actually works out good too because I get to show you that side too, and that's just as important. In the beginning, when I used to watch other mediums do this, you watch a show, right? And I'm guilty of this because I've edited my own show. You're only seeing the best of those readings. If I do a gallery like this and I do 4 readings, one of them is going to be amazing, right? Maybe the second one might be okay, but no one's going to know because they don't get validation. It won't necessarily look good. One of them might be bad, but you don't see that. You're only going to see that most amazing one. So what that created was I had this expectation of how great I was supposed to be in order to do this. And I thought, I'm not good enough. I can't do that. I'm not that good, right? So when I started getting better at this and doing this more and more, I vowed to show people all of those, all of those struggles too. You guys need to see that because you all do this and you can do this and you do it every day. And so that's why it's important for me to show you. Okay, so another trick that I like to use, I'm going to try a second trick, is to kind of scan the room without making eye contact and then seeing where I get drawn. I think I need to go way back in the back. So let's see. I think I'm in the second row from back. Let's see. Are you together? Are you? Are you guys married? They're like, where's the ring? So they're like, where's the ring? So that could be one of 2 things, right? That could mean you have somebody bring that or want to bring it up, or it means like they're saying, the feeling I have. You got to fix it with my feeling. It's like they're asking why you have that. So some of these words are very female energy. So I know coming to this. I think it's a grandma energy. It's something to be here. So curly hair, my symbol for grandma. When she has curly hair, that's my symbol. Right? When I'm talking to her and I'm not trying to guess who it is, I see curly hair. Some means they have curly hair, but usually it's like start with So you have a grandma she's coming through, who's giving you a little bit of a hard time. Do you have, is there a religion on above you? So we raised that way, or they raised that way, because meaning my big cross symbol, which means, like, you know it's me, you know it's me, you understand that? And then, are both grandmas? I feel like there one that comes in really, really close, and one that's a little more distant. You understand that? Okay. So the one I'm talking about was really, really close. Okay. So again, that's a feeling, right? As it didn't happen, feel just a lot of closeness to one. And for some reason, I knew there was two. Because I wanted to call her grandma something, which is my symbol because of grandma this, there's grandma that. Simple stuff, but very big, right? Very subtle. It's all very subtle little indications. Okay, so I got grandma. Is grandma also passed with my grandma? She just like this. She showed me somebody else. Because she pulls around. So the one that I don't know, one of the grandmas bringing younger. So there's a younger like sibling or a younger somebody that came in, so that would be like for you or after you or something like that. It's very young, yes. So you know that news passed? Okay, yeah. So that was my way, that was their way of showing me there was a much younger person there. So you have that news passed. Okay, so I have that and the grandparents brought me forward. Okay. Even though I think there's been a big gap between the two, like I don't intend to be much younger than them, so I feel like that is young. These guys very quickly. He just snapped his fingers. Who has a tattoo? Who has this? Brother. Okay, it shows this whole time, so that's just my indication. Right place, right place, right place. Okay, who else has the tattoo? Is it two? Or is he have two tattoos? Okay, it's perfect. So see, he showed me two after it's a tattoo. So I don't know for sure if that means there's two tattoos or two people out it. I don't like that. My job is to start talking about it. That's crazy. Okay. Yeah, it's very tragic and unexpected. That's very tragic. Here twice. It's very tragic twice. Why did they get twice? And then this is either still very recent or people are still very affected by it. Very so mom is not going to struggle. There's a lot of struggle. Where's the drug or alcohol issue? I can solve, but who's the person who struggles with this? Okay, so again, another way this works is this stuff seems random to me as it comes in. There's no order to it. But if I go back and kind of look at the order and sometimes we're writing a book, and he said he's worried about another person who's not handling this very well, and he showed me my problem. My symbol for maybe an issue with drugs or alcohol. So if you understand that might have been a word for these problems. Okay, that's the only thing I do. I assume based on the order of this communication. Not 100% sure. Again, I'll tell you guys. I got chills. I'm 100% sure. That I'm assuming based on the order that the information came. And I will tell you if I'm assuming something because I don't ever want to be, I don't ever want to make a mistake that this is not real. I don't want to see fraudulent things. I don't like that. Right. So that's the next thing. Can you tell me your case? Did he have a brother? No. So I don't know why I want you to like there was two of them, or there might have been two. So I don't know why, but he did change. So I don't have a symbol. So sometimes I have symbols, and I know if I can talk about. Sometimes it's just out of the blue, which sometimes is the best evidence. I think what's going on here is, I think that somebody else has a very similar story to you in here. I think that also how it passes here. You'll also have a very similar passage to tell us how it passes. Yeah. How did it happen? And then, so again, I feel like somebody else in the group has a similar situation possibly. Maybe that's why we said, hey, before there's another thing. It's the only thing I can think of. Again, I don't like it because see, that was for sure. This part was going great, right? And then I got a no. Now, as soon as it started to go no, what I'm fighting is I'm trying to make sense of what I got. And then I might be forcing my own ideas in there. I might try to make sense of it. You guys seen all that. How you kind of felt it kind of runs astray. It's like, you know, but yeah, I'm honest about it. That's what happened. Yeah. When I leave, I might get 10 things right. And the one thing she said no to, I'm going to be trying to make her figure out why. I'm going to be trying to get that right. I'm going to keep trying to go back to it. I'm going to give it to the next person, and I'm still going to be thinking, yeah, what was that one thing, right? It's not up to me to know what that is. She might figure that out later. It might be wrong. I have to be willing to be wrong. So what I'm going to do in this situation is say, well, maybe that candidate's part was wrong. Maybe I got it wrong. Thank you. I'm going to move on. See? Now, what that me being able to be wrong does, right? It allows me to move on. If I don't do that, if I can't just admit that I could be wrong, because this shit's crazy. I'm sorry. Like, this isn't normal stuff that you can, like, you know, I'm pulling the stuff out of the air and visible forces that I mean, to me, it's still crazy. It still blows me away to this day, even though this is what I do. So for me to think that I'm going to get it right every time, it's just not true. So, and again, it's accurate more often than it's not. But if I'm not willing to be wrong, then I'm forcing something that I shouldn't be. I'm lying to myself. I'm lying to you guys. And the minute I do that, the whole reading goes off the tracks. I'm definitely not going to do anything more for her if I can't admit that I could be wrong. So that's part of the process, is admitting that you might be wrong. All right. Of course. Can I come to you? This happens all the time. Every time I pick the guy and say he's scary, and I always get a message for him. I try it. I don't know how it's working. It always happens. It always happens.
Yeah,
it happened the very first time I used that in a gallery setting. The reading was amazing, but so I was like, no. Like, all right. And again, maybe this is the one I can't get. Maybe you guys get to see that. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's not up to me. You guys walked by my table earlier, though, right?
Couple of times.
I remember you. I remember giving some. I remember feeling your energy walk by too. So, okay. Are you guys married? Yes. Okay. So I do have a female energy that just came in. So I do have a female energy that came in and stood kind of between the two of you, but I think it's more attached to you. But that usually means you might have known her also before she passed. Do you understand? Because she did claim you also. So is mom and dad for you? Huh?
Mom did not pass. It's a grandmother.
So grandma. It's got to be a grandma then. But she stands close, like a mom. So she's close. So there's a grandma energy here, but you knew her. Okay? She stood between the two of you. That's my symbol to know. If she would have stood over here, then I'd be like, you never know her. But if she stands there, then I know you knew her. Okay? So did she get ill before she passed? Okay, don't tell me. Okay. Again, I didn't tell you guys this, but try not to give me too much information. If you tell me cancer now again, that becomes it just makes things harder for me. But yeah, okay. So she showed me my symbol. She showed me oxygen too, which means she wants to talk about she got sick before she passed. Okay. Where's the heavy smoker in the family? Heavy smoker. You. All right. So she showed me. So again, see how this kind of goes in an order. So she's like, I'm sick, but you're a heavy smoker, so she's giving you a hard time about it. You understand that? All right. Was she a spiritual person, but not a religious person, or was she a religious person? Where's the spiritual side? Because she didn't claim religion, right? There's no religion. You got another grandma? Okay. Was not religion? Spiritual. It's spiritual. Okay. So we got a different grandma energy coming in. Okay. And you didn't know that. So she's showing me she didn't know that. So see, she's giving me a bunch of information over here. So am I reading body language while I'm doing this also? Absolutely. I don't. Sometimes it's way wrong. So it's a bad habit. But if I'm giving him a message and he smiles, then I know I'm in the right place. So am I mixing this with body language when I read it? Absolutely. It's part of the process. It can be wrong. People smile for weird reasons, and I might think I'm in the right place, and it's completely wrong. So I can't count on it. But I can know, like, oh, maybe I'm in the right place, and you know, if he starts crying, I know I'm in the right place. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of part of the process. And so honestly, yeah, I am doing that also. Can I read somebody without seeing them and not knowing any reaction? Yeah, it's actually probably better. But this speeds things up, especially in a gallery setting. I can kind of can go a little quicker. Okay, so you have two grandmas that are passed. One that was spiritual but not religious, and you have one that was sick before she passed. You said cancer. Okay, and you knew the one who had cancer. Okay, where's the other cancer in the family? Who else had cancer? Where was the person who had the issue here also? So not the cancer, a different person who had stomach issues or organs, lower organ issues. Somebody went like this.
My grandmother's second husband.
Okay, perfect. So, so yeah, at least two cancers. I know there's at least two. Okay, someone's giving me, keeps talking about that heavy smoking. Was there somebody else who also heavy smoker?
Her husband and grandpa heavy smoker.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So again, I already got the symbol for a heavy smoker, and he took it. He's like, "That's me," right? So now I'm going in my little place, and I'm like, "Give me some more symbols," and I'm seeing the heavy smoking again. But I'm like, I already did that. So what does that mean? I already got it. He already accepted it. Okay, so that means I got basically the short story is I keep talking about heavy smoker. So that's my job to start talking about it again. So what came out of my mouth was like, there's got to be another one because they're still showing. They wouldn't show it to me after I already got it. It means that there's one, at least another one to talk about. Right? So he confirmed it. He's like, oh yeah, this person and this person. So okay. And did you say father?
Yes.
Okay. Father figure passed for you?
Father figures still.
Okay. So when you said, so it was the grandpa figures was passed. When he started talking about the other two, I felt the male energy of presence come next to him. But because I was talking to you guys, I didn't hear which one it was. But I did feel an energy appear, one of the males appear when I started talking about the heavy smoke. So that's how I knew somebody was passed. Now, I got it wrong. I thought it was his dad, but again, it's just lost in translation. So that's okay. Do you and dad talk really well? Is there an issue there? They're back and forth, back and forth.
It's yeah, it's
Is it just weird?
a lot of times.
Okay, they're like, it's just weird. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's like weird. Not even like weird. There's something weird there. Okay. Again, I get this feeling of like off and on tried. We tried, and it's just weird still. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not going to change. No, just leave it. That's how it's supposed to be. Do you understand? So Spirit will tell you at this point. Spirit will be like, fix this, honey, or they'll be like, no, that's how it's supposed to be. I got that. No, that's exactly how it's supposed to be. And I'm getting strong chills right now, which is just a big confirmation that that's accurate. This is exactly how it's supposed to be. It's okay. You don't need to fix it. Do you understand? We don't want you to do anything about it. You're doing the right thing. It's fine. It's going to be fine. Okay. You need to draw that space around you and not let anybody else in that area, in that world. So it's not just him. Now I'm feeling there's other family members. You understand that? Okay. So again, I didn't mean to say others, but you saw me say it plural. I didn't mean to. I was going to say my thought was I'm going to tell him to draw a line in the sand and don't protect yourself from him. And what they said was draw your line and protect yourself from others. So again, that's not what I meant to say. The minute I say something I didn't mean to say, I know Spirit slipped it in. So now I go, oh, what was that? And then I can go back to it next. So where's the military? It's not military, that's religion. Where's the military? What? Military. That's you?
That's me.
And above you. Okay. What did I get with the military? Who's military that's passed? Is there like 3 military levels? Do you have a piece of his memorabilia or something? Because that's what I saw first. The reason I asked about the military is because someone showed me that you have a piece of their something military, some kind of memorabilia. That's your best friend? And your best friend's here.
Hi, John.
So here's what he did. So he was like, woo! Yeah. So see, I wouldn't normally do that in front of a room of people. So that's the reason I know that spirit, right? Like, so that was him. So yeah, that's one way I know it's safe because I wasn't about to do that. My fear wouldn't let me do that in front of all of you, right? Like, so I knew that had to be something you wanted you to see, right? All I know is just to jump. That's all I did. The woo came afterwards. I didn't know. Was he a partier too? Did he like to party?
Oh, way beyond most.
Okay. Because he's doing this with his woo, which is usually cocktail.
Yeah.
So
Hennessy.
yeah. So, okay, so I say cocktail. Yeah. Hard alcohol.
Yep.
If you watch any of my things, this is my symbol for hard alcohol.
Yep.
Right? It looks like the symbol looks like a glass with an ice cube or two in it. One ching. Okay, so that's what usually it's whiskey, but not always. So he's like, woo! So he wants you to know that he's having a glass. He's having a good time, and he's fine. Do you understand? So every once in a while I get this symbol where people are like, it's so amazing over here. But when I get partiers, they go, woo! It's amazing over here. So that's a little different symbol, but that's how I know they're partiers, right? Instead of just like grandma who's like, so nice over here, right? That's the personality coming through. All right. See, he wasn't that scary after all. Like, see, if I would have trusted my own fear, I would have never been this guy. I would have got all that. All right. Okay, I just saw a gun, so it's all handgun. So he would have been known to drop a handgun, or have been something very long. Okay, something to do with handgun. Because he showed me handgun. So
He's military.
yeah, I know. But so just for me, military, when I see that, it's rifle. Symbol for him, I saw handgun.
John was pretty handsome.
Yeah. So he showed me a handgun. I don't know why. That's just I don't want to assume next what.
He was really big on taking his 9 and hopping to catch him.
Got it. So that's a memory you would have of him with the handgun. Okay, so that's one of the reasons he would show it to me, because I don't know. Again, I'd see a handgun, my dad would start talking about it. My assumption with that was all bad. Like, just so you know, like when I saw a handgun, I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. It's gonna be bad, right? Like, so that's my thoughts with handgun. But it's not up to me, right? So I'm fighting that. So as I asked about the handgun, I let that go. I just said it, and then it allowed that message to come in the right way. I was fighting my own thoughts. My own thoughts was, oh, this is gonna be bad about a handgun, right? Honestly, that's what I thought. When I see a handgun, a lot of times it means suicide. But the minute I said it, I didn't feel suicide. I felt fun. So I was like, okay, he must have really. So what came out of my mouth next was, he must have really had a handgun. He must have known about a handgun. So see how as soon as I say this stuff, I have to kind of feel how it comes out of my mouth, feel what Spirit's telling me that means. But if I don't, the weird thing about this is, I get these symbols. Like I see a handgun in my head, but I have to talk about it to get the rest of the message. Okay. You know how scary that is, like to do this in front of you guys, and that if you didn't ever speak about this stuff you're getting, you're never going to get the rest of the message, right? You're left with you interpreting what a handgun meant for this guy, right? And I'm definitely not going to tell him what I thought, and if I do, it's going to be wrong because I just tried to interpret it with my beliefs and my ideas before I gave it to him. That's why it's so important to do this live in the moment and just say, okay, I see a handgun, and then wait and let Spirit give me or him the rest of the message. That's the crazy part about this. But the fear to do that is usually so overwhelming. If I hadn't practiced this a bunch of times, I would be afraid to do that. Or here's what happens when you get afraid. You try to figure out the whole message before you give it to them, right? So, okay, I see a handgun. Probably means that I, did this, and okay, so for me, so I'll try to figure it all out because what I want to do is hand him the message. I want to give him a package. I call it a pretty little package. I want to wrap it all up in my mind and then hand it to him so that he's like, oh my God, thank you. That's so amazing. Like that's what my ego wants to do with it, right? But it's not my job actually to give the message. I don't give messages. The truth is, that's not my job. It's not to decipher the message. My job is actually just to give him the information that I'm getting as I get it. And the message is not up to me. I don't get to know what the message is a lot of times. If I'm trying to figure out the message before I give it to him, that's coming from my ego. That's me. That's me altering it. That's why it helps me to do it in the moment, to get it and give it right away. And then that way I'm not messing it up. Thank you. Thank you. All right. See, he wasn't scary at all. It's so funny how it always works. As long as it follows Spirit, right? Like if I go past my fear and read the person that Spirit wants me to read, right? Like always, the messages are always there. Always works how it's supposed to. But if I let that fear guide me, then I'm in trouble. Are you guys serious? I'm right here somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where. Have I read you one?
No.
I'm in this area. I'm not sure yet where. So let me get the information, and you guys can tell me which one it is. That's a little different part of the game. All right. All right. What are the other connections to Japan? The Japanese connection? Right now? Perfect. All right. She said her stepdaughter's in Japan right now. See, now that's kind of chills already. So strong chills, right? That's crazy. So that's the normal symbol for me, right? So my normal symbols I'm used to getting and stuff. But when I get something so random like Japan, like so here's what happened. I go in my head, I hear Japan. Now I'm thinking, man, that's not normal. So then my next thing I think is, oh, you're right, that's not normal, so that must be accurate. It's got to be. That's not my thinking. I don't have no connection to Japan. I've never used the word Japan in a reading. I've never once gone that direction. So that must be spirit. See, that's got to be. It's got to be spirit because I don't use that, right? All right. So, let's see. You stand right here. All right. So you said your stepdaughter's in Japan? All right. I see a white flag being thrown, so that means like again, there's somewhere where you've had to kind of give up or throw in the towel. So that's a message and that feels like relief, not like struggle, like a bad thing. It feels like somewhere in your life you threw in the towel, like you finally gave up on something, and that's like. But I feel this again as I say that I feel not bad, like so I feel like giving up on whatever the situation or person was really gave you relief, and you should be feeling good about that. Do you have a divorce in your history? Okay. So again, my next symbol I just saw is a break next to her. It looks like a twig breaking. Okay, that means talk about a breakup. Talk about a break. Okay. Is that what you were thinking of when I said white flag, or no? Or something else? Okay. I don't know for sure. I just know I got that right after that. Again, that's where the assumptions come in, right? So again, they want to talk about a breakup. Are you in a relationship now?
Yes.
Okay. That didn't feel like the same. It felt different. So okay. And then, do you have other children? Is there another child somewhere? Are there other children? Does that person have other children? Is there other children somewhere? No? Okay. And I don't see grandchildren, so it's not grandchildren. See what happened? Did I fill the room? Like, that was the first hard no, right? When she said no, like everybody, like my eyes, like, maybe you're the wrong place. I started to doubt myself. Maybe it wasn't her, So that's what starts to happen. But not only did I feel it for me, I felt the whole group. Like everybody's kind of that's a good sign. That means everybody's kind of with me right now. It means everybody's feeling the energy at the same time because everybody else felt it. Okay. Do you have someone's wedding ring? It's past. Do you have somebody else's ring? Whose ring do you have? Who's with you there? Do you have someone's ring that's passed? Not on you. Not on you. No. Do you have someone's ring that's passed the female energy? Okay. Gotta be ring. Sorry. It's gotta be. See, someone's either talking about a wedding or they're talking about a ring. So normally I would accept jewelry, but I would have had to said jewelry. I didn't say jewelry.
When you said that if I have children, I have my niece, and she receives my grandmother's ring. So she's not my daughter. I kind of feel that she's her daughter's niece.
Perfect.
She received my grandmother's part of her ring, and she made it. I don't know. I think that's what you're doing.
Absolutely. I got chills all over. Yeah.
Put the pieces together.
Yeah, and I said child again. So I'm an empath. I feel, right? I can't feel the difference between a biological kid and a kid you adopted or a kid somebody you treat as a kid. I feel the connection between you and that person, like you take care of them. So you understand, like you look at them like a child, or somebody below you that you take pride in or you worry about, right? So that's why. Yeah, there you go. So see, if I didn't fight through that, right? Like if I let the fear and the ego get me, which it does, but I've done this enough times to keep working through it, right? Keep working through it, but it will cripple you, oh no. Again, I'll double check, like, because she can be wrong, right? I can be wrong. I've already said that. I can be wrong, you can be wrong, but when I'm getting it from spirit, you're never wrong. You're not wrong. You just have to keep figuring, I can be altering it, I can get it wrong, I can be in the wrong place. The information is not wrong. If I double check it, they say yes again. Okay? So you have a niece, and so whose ring is that? Is it grandma's ring?
It's my grandmother's ring.
Okay.
Her husband had reshaped it to her wedding
Perfect. So this, I got an older female who's bringing up the race. That's grandma for you? So I got grandma. Okay, yeah. But that's your grandma. And then, did grandma actually have curly hair or wear curls?
Yes.
Okay. So see, I told you curly hair is a symbol for grandma for me, but I already knew it was grandma. And then there's going to be the curls. That'd be my symbol to talk about curly hair on top of it being grandma. Why did they show it to me if I knew it was grandma? Or there's two grandmas that they want to talk about. So I just knew if you actually had curly hair or curl it. I'm not sure. The reason curly hair is a symbol of grandma for me is because I those hot curlers. He's all over me. You remember that? All right. And then is there college? Where's the college student?
My niece did go to college and she went online.
Okay, so that's the one who's in Japan or whatever.
No, that's my.
That's somebody else. Okay, so the one we just talked about went to college. Okay, so that's just to confirm I'm still in the right place because she said. So you said something about her repurposing the wing for her own or something. Okay, so that was so the reason they say that they come in and they want to say thank you for tell them thank you, thank you, thank you. You understand that? Tell them thank you, thank you. There's also earrings involved here or more jewelry. So that if they show me earrings after that, that means you have more for jewelry or there's more for jewelry spread out or something like that. It just means more. You understand? Are you working?
Yes.
You're gonna work. So let me see. There's something going on at work. Did you quit when you're at your back, or sort of leaving and coming back to the work? Or
No.
okay. Okay. You ready to quit? Are you close?
Yes, it's good.
Okay. Yeah. So that's why I asked if she quit and came back, and then she said no. I'm like, okay, well I get this feeling like so it might be a leaving, right? But I don't get like a retired yet. So that's not the plan. I don't feel that's even the plan. So again, I feel like quitting and then coming back to work, but not in this place. So there's an issue with the place.
Your face says it all.
Okay. See, I don't even realize I'm doing that. I'm just trying to read. So I don't even know. Okay.
7.
Okay, so I am seeing juggling after I said that. So juggling is something you do like trying to keep a bunch of things going at once. So you've been doing this for a long time where you work, keeping a lot of things in the air. Again, so it looks like you're doing it without focusing on it, which means it's kind of second nature to you, or you're kind of like, okay, and you don't need to think too hard about it. But I also feel like there's issues with managing people above you. So I feel like that's the problem. It's above you, and it's not going to get fixed, and it's actually worse than you think. Just got chills again. Really, really strong. You know about this much? I wouldn't even say this is not just incompetence. There's some crookedness going on. You understand what I mean by that? Like there's something I would be a little leery to be involved in. Something like that. A little bit. More than you know. Again, I'm not real sure when I said the crooked, I didn't get goosebumps, but when I said to you that there's more than you know, I got strong chills. Again, never wrong, there's more than you know. If you think that there's what's going on, there's this going on. So I suggest you start thinking harder about that whole process that you've been spiritually telling you to believe, right? Have you done it a long time?
Maybe 4 years since.
Okay. Yeah, you're out of it. I don't know what to say. I couldn't get out of there. So. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So again, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope that you guys learned something. I hope you guys realized you all do this. It's a lot subtler than you think. There's subtle thoughts. There are little differences in what you meant to say than what comes through. It's super subtle. So spirit always I always ask spirit to be louder. Like, can you give me stronger messages? And they're like, no. You need to get better at noticing the subtleness, right? And they also told me you need to know yourself better because we're talking to you all the time, but you're confusing it with yourself. So if you know yourself, like I've taught you guys tonight, then I'll know when it's spirit, right? Like I'm not going to bounce in front of you guys, right? So that must be spirit. I trust that. I'm not going to say those things that I don't have in my wheelhouse. So when I get them, I know that that's spirit. So those are some of the subtle ways that it works. Some of the subtle ways that spirit communicates with you. And they're always communicating with you. And again, spirit, higher self, guide. I don't care what you call it, God. It doesn't matter to me. I stop debating what it is. I just want you to listen to it. That's it. That's it. I don't care what you believe. Just listen to it, because they're always there. They're always trying to help you. And yeah, and that's it. So one last thing, if you guys got a reading today, or if you just would like to come out and give us your an idea of what you guys thought today, we're going to be doing some interviews in the hallway. We really need the interviews to wrap up the reading. So please come out and say hi to us in the hall and give us a little interview. All right. Thank you, guys.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation.
Yay.
And I mentioned absolutely.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific.
Hi, Manuel. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. I just was rounding, so I'll make it work. So I'm hoping for a while. Okay, we have the first part. We are live. Welcome, everyone. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we are absolutely delighted to have you with us today. Thank you so much for coming out. This is our first time in Las Vegas, and we are so excited to be here and sharing just a really fun day with you guys. I am pleased, pleasure, excited, delighted to introduce Jeffrey Carpenter. He'll be talking about sacred geometry today, amongst other things that I'll tell you a few things about in just a moment. I'd like to introduce Jeff. You're welcome to come on in. Jeff is a Reiki master, a psychic medium, a medical intuitive who brings a rare blend of engineering expertise and spiritual insight to his healing work. With degrees in aerospace and industrial engineering and a career in global IT communications, Jeff now channels his analytical mind into energy healing, founding Dimensions Reiki, to offer Reiki therapy, intuitive readings, and student training. He is also an ordained multi-faith minister and author of Discovering Intention, a sensitive's guide to the engineering mind. I know somebody who could use that, which explores the science behind energy sensitivity. Jeff specializes in house cleansing.
Wow.
Spirit.
Thank you.
Release.
There's always a price, right? So as I was putting the salt in the corner, I saw some dust. Do you want to? The laundry's really bad. Figure that out.
And while he's at that, he can go about spirit releasement and negative attachment removal, which that sounds better than laundry, doesn't it? Supporting clients through both healing and paranormal challenges. Enjoy.
Thank you. Exactly figure out this. We'll see if we can get the lights out. The whole idea was to see better, but I will explain it. It's not a big problem. How many people in here would call yourselves an empath? There better be more hands up than that. What is your definition of being an empath?
To absorb other people's energy.
Feelings. Energy. Feelings. Do you have a cell phone? Do you have voicemail?
Yes.
Do you let people go to voicemail? Not, why not? Why not?
Because it's my private stuff.
We have the definitions. So when you do let someone go to voicemail, do you feel bad about it?
Not really.
Good. Use the tool as it's supposed to be used.
I get a lot of junk. So
Really?
I just let it go.
The definition of the empathy should include energy, not emotion. Because if you don't get the signal, you don't get the emotion. How many people get upset when you get the phone call that says, I want to talk about your car warranty? Do you feel bad hanging up?
No.
Oh, come on. What's wrong with you, empaths? What? Now notice you're giving yourself permission to decide how you react to energy. That's where sacred geometry comes from as well. Sacred geometry, and yes, I really am a rocket scientist. Many of you come to my booth. We're here to talk about why it works. Not just, here I believe it works, not just the sacred. The sacred part is because of the way it's designed in the universe. It's not anything to do necessarily with how do we embrace it. However, if energy is energy is energy, then physical, emotional, spiritual, and mental energy all have frequencies, all have exchanges, all have tools to use. Let's talk about some tools. Sacred geometry. Its entire purpose comes from meaning and sacred correspondence to forms, to geometry, to shapes. We're going to talk about why that works towards the end. It's not just a definition of, well, this is how. No. Magnetism, electricity, atoms, all of these things then define how shapes come together, right? How many people in the room know that atoms are not solid? Everybody knows, right? It's everybody. Atoms are made of vortexes of energy. So when you talk about waves of atoms, you talk about particles of atoms. When you can't guess what a particle is, it's a vortex, right? What happens when you change the frequency of a vortex? The energy changes, right? Make it go faster. So if that's an atom, you just change the atom. If that's a molecule, you just change the molecule. What if we're doing healing, and that's a cell? You just change the cell. Every energy change, like water to ice, you remove 1 degree of temperature and everything changes. The entire lattice, everything changes. You add 1 degree, it becomes steam. We need to be looking at what the physical and manifested properties of these devices, systems, organic material are. What are they doing? Why do they make sense? It's not something to excuse, it's something to use. It's the way it works. Even a lot of the credit for this geometry approach comes from Pluto. Plutarch was talking, I said Pluto, didn't I? Plato. I put Plutarch and Pluto together. Plutarch says Plato talked all about how God geometrizes continually. What does it do? How does it work? Where does it go? What are we trying to accomplish? Many sacred buildings, locations, art use sacred geometry. Why? How many people have seen let's say the walls of, let's say Aztec, Mayan, Egyptian buildings that have that little swirly symbol on it? Who knows what that is? And none of you people went to my table. I told you all that stuff. Magnetism. Who's heard of righty-tighty, lefty-loosey? Literally, what happens to energy in magnetic fields when you drive it into the ground and when you pull it out of the ground. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. Who knew or who knows that the translation of the word chakra means wheel? Didn't say energy, wheel. The magnetism spin of a wheel. And the bigger the magnetism, the bigger the energy you send out. You don't play games, you use physics. Draw it again.
No.
Oh, come on. You're doing great. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
No, it wasn't that. It was a Reiki symbol.
That's why the first symbol of Reiki is righty-tighty, lefty-loosey.
That's how I remember it.
This big surprise. And well, remember, I'm an engineer. I lost a bet to go to my first class on energy game, on a basketball game. So when they showed me that on the wall, before even I said, we're going to be talking about electricity. And I'm like, no, what are you talking about, weirdo? Like, but that's what that is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. It's the literal counterclockwise spin of the magnetic field you're going to create when you do healing. Huh. So you're interacting with someone else's energy. We do it all the time. But what does it do? Sacred geometry starts to teach us, what does it do? What do the shapes do? Why do we have specific crystals? Talk about that. Why do we have specific, thank you. Why do we have specific ways that these are put together? It's not an accident. We call it the divine master plan, but really, when you're sitting in balance, and if you look around the room, people decided to sit in different locations where they're comfortable, sometimes leaving a space for the people they don't know, for the energy they're not sure of. Great, manage yourself, manage your own energy, but understand that the way these pieces come together in sacred geometry include our rituals and practices. What are we doing? Why are we doing it? Who has heard of the golden ratio? Okay. Who's heard of the Fibonacci sequence? The Fibonacci sequence is actually the golden ratio. Every number, if you multiply it by 1.618, becomes the next number. And it has nothing to do with the actual number sequence. It has to do what the representation is on the grid, on the share of the thing. And pi. Pi's a big one. Pi was something that we've had a long time. And when I show you some real sacred geometry pieces, I'm going to talk about why every single one of these sacred geometry shapes comes from a circle. How do you have to figure out exactly how long, especially let's say in 1200, how do you figure out how long a triangle is? You don't. You know one number, you create two circles, and it forms a triangle for you. All of these pieces come down to the use of pi and math for one, but then look at all of our beautiful systems of flowers. Think about efficiency. And I'll tell you from just my perspective, we don't kill two birds with one stone. The divine comes along and does 77 birds with one stone. This is not an accident. The easiest way to get the most amount of seeds with the greatest amount of release into the flower bed are the spirals. The spirals will give you the greatest density while remember, we're growing. So the changes in the flowers, the changes in the shell, no less, change the behavior of how it grows in balance. You're not going to have a right angle, you're going to have a bend, you're going to start changing the way. So as it changes and grows and multiplies, you add more layers on the outside. The sacred geometry manifestation is still going to talk about the Fibonacci sequence. Now, if you've ever been to Stonehenge and felt the vibes, felt the changes, that's not by accident either. Part of the reason why, we also talk about the pyramids. I talk about this. By the way, if you really want to get bored, come to my booth. I'll yap for hours on this stuff. But think about, I'll start with the pyramids. Think about the pyramids. What are the blocks of the pyramids made of? Most of it, especially on the outsides, is granite. What does granite have in it? Tons and tons of quartz. So you're going to stick this out in the sun. The granite's going to heat up. And the quartz in the middle is going to what? Charge. We're going to create magnetic fields sitting in the walls of the pyramids. And that shape that we'll talk about in a little bit will then also create a specific energy behavior. That's sacred geometry. What do you want to do with it? How do you pick the right crystal? And by the way, who's a big fan, and I've been picking on all day long, who's a big fan of lapis lazuli? Just, you can raise your hand, be proud. It's sorry to tell you, it's not a crystal. It's a rock. So when was she's saying, yeah, good. I'll simply say it's a sponge, basically. So when was the last time you plugged the sponge into the wall for electricity? Thank you. Because when people are using my first pendulum as a lapis lazuli, no wonder it doesn't. It doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, what do you want me to tell you? I'm not doing it right. Wrong. Not having the right knowledge and understanding how the sacred geometry works in the devices we use. Okay, we want to grow them. The pyramids were designed in those shapes specifically. So for example, Stonehenge, in the geometric shapes, if you really look at it, it's got the hexagon, it's got the triangle, and the granite blocks conduct electricity in specific ways through the entire structure. In fact, when you start having the summer solstice, one side gets totally charged up of magnetic energy, and the other side grounds it. When you go to the winter solstice, you got the other side. Why are we not learning that and doing it for ourselves? Stupid question. Who here has a surge protector for your TV, computers? Simple. Do you have one for yourself? No. Why not? Oh, so let's say my TV, my $200 TV is more worthwhile than me? I don't think so. But when we are learning why we ground, how we change, how we create surge stops, those are all the tools we want. Those are the things that say, I don't need to do the work. I need to rely on the tools that I have, and the shapes will tell us what they are. The pyramids themselves. The Pyramid of Giza is amazing because it's literally the distance on the bottom of 2 pi. How the hell did they know pi? Because they didn't build it as a pyramid. They built it as a circle. We're going to talk about that. They didn't have to figure out exactly what that size was. They just made a length of one rope. Imagine taking a length of one rope. You know the radius, you know the length of the rope, and spin it around. What does it make? Create 2 of those. What do you have? Oh, you have an overlap. Create 3 of those. You start making complete interactions of different shapes, all from knowing the one size you need to create. That's why pi and all these numbers started to make sense. Now, if you take a look at this, every single one of those start from that circle. All the shapes, all the crystals. We're going to talk about Metatron's cube. We're going to talk about the flower of life. Every single one of those comes from a circle. They have different reasons, but because they have different connections as well as different shapes, they have different properties. I've spent all morning talking about lapis lazuli, but then about amethyst. What did they do and why did they do? Why does this make sense? Why did the ancients build that? And thank you for the comment about Reiki. I actually forgot that in my presentation. The definition of that is literally saying, place the power of the universe here. Tell me the limit. Tell me where it said, oh, no, don't do that. Tell me where it said, I don't know if I believe in this. It said, here's universal energy, go for it. And how big can you make the swirls? Because by definition, especially like in the pyramids, the bigger the magnetic field, chakra. Chakra means wheel. You have all these electrical nodes in your body, electrical nodes, called nerves. Every single one of these spots is a nerve. The nerves will create a magnetic field. And who's meditating saying, let's get bigger and wider and bigger and faster and faster? Didn't say energy and energy and energy. It said, how am I going to make my field big enough to generate the energy I want? Just like the granite, just like a crystal. What you do with it becomes the definition of how it behaves. Plus, let's use them right. Let's stop using the hammer for a screwdriver. I mean, let's stop. I was just telling that. I'm laughing because someone said, "Oh, I do that all the time. It works." Like, she's yelling at me. No, I get to use my screw. Hey, you want to bang on your? And then she actually took a hammer for a screw. I said, "You're no longer screwing in a screw. You're smashing a hammer into a nail." Well, I never do that. Well, yeah, well, it's because we're using the tools. I'm not saying you can't jerry-rig it. I'm saying let's not get too stuck on it. But all of these radius, the flower of life, the interconnectivity, we're talking about the flower of life and Metatron's cube, comes from knowing the length of a string. All they had to do is say, I know about pi, I've got this information, we have these equations. I know that if I create this spin, I'm creating a circle. Okay, so there's my circle. How do I create a circle that then creates your triangle? How do they interact? How do I create another circle and have a pentagon? They didn't have to guess, how do I make the exact angle? They just use that one big circle and make over and over and over and over and over. It kind of looks like a flower light, doesn't it? All those things that you put on crystal grids are for a reason. It's not an accidental shape, but it's also a purpose. We're going to talk about each of those. Now, and we can talk about that later. I'm going to make sure I have enough time. The Knights Templar is just an example. The Knights Templar, the Templars, not necessarily the Crusaders, were very big into research. They were traveling around, they were finding information, they were seeking. I'll say this real quick then. When the Templars were formed, Hugh de Payne, the new Grand Master, and Godfrey of St. Omer went into Jerusalem and got put on, convinced, I don't know how, convinced King Baldwin to give them the top of King Solomon's temple as their place. They ended up having a total of 9 knights. Please, someone, anyone, explain to me how 9 knights are going to protect the Pilgrim Road. Explain that. I'd love to hear how 2,000 men in Damascus alone were. No, they were searching. They were searching King Solomon's temple for information. It's not an accident in the tradition to say that the Knights Templar cross with their alchemy. And alchemy is the real epitome of science. Anyone a fan of the Marvel movies? Who's seen the first Thor movie? Okay. If you remember the scene of the Thor movie that I always talk about in these kinds of presentations, Thor comes down to Earth and says, you humans are really strange. You separate science and magic and alchemy, and on Asgard, it's all the same. That's what alchemy is supposed to be. How do you get the biggest bang for your buck with herbs, with minerals, with metals, even with the shape of the building that conducts all the sound and energy into the one place you want it to go? That's creating your own space of geometry. So with their sacred geometry, the cross itself is made from a square and circles. The square is all about how the elements work, the 4 sides of 4 elements. The circle is about balance, unity, interconnectedness. And if you're familiar with the Anunnaki, that's exactly the cross. It's not an accident because look at the shapes that were defined on purpose. There's so many different crosses, so many different approaches, but for the equal arm Templar cross, shapes, squares, triangle, we'll talk about it. Then you have another shape where you created the squares on the end. Every single one of those with the circles and the squares start to talk about the shapes becoming the here and now. How do you change your energy? How do you, let's say, I'll use the word resurrect yourself to become a new person of spirit? How do you find the awakening you're looking for? Here and now is exactly when you do energy. Who understands that to say, by the way, we just call it being present. Then be present. Be understanding, not just of what's taking place to you, but of what you're defining as how you're sending out your energy, your intention. The flower of life. All about interconnectedness. Flow, flow, flow. It's literally 19 circles. Not a big surprise. Same size. Figure out how you interact with them. The waves in the middle then start talking. And notice they're not straight lines. Because what energy is not bending, flowing, and creating new systems? All about interaction. All about independence. Plus, you see it all over the place. Temple of Osiris. Now, it's not an accident that you have, let's say Egypt, Assyria, and China, all with the same flower of life symbol. Who thinks that's coincidence? Just the record state, nobody raised their hand. Go ahead. I have to ask you to leave. The purpose was not to then have confusion and difference. In fact, when we talked about the Templars, they went to Egypt. They went to Assyria. They wanted, for all the wars going on in Jerusalem, the Sufis, the Kabbalah, the Templars were all friends because they exchanged knowledge of how are you building stuff and how are we getting new stuff to build? How are we deciding what that works? Now, what I'm going to talk about most of this is Metatron's Q. Has everyone heard of Metatron's Q? Okay. 13 circles still. All those squares, all those 13 circles. And how do you overlap them? Well, they're the building blocks of matter. That's why crystals have that. That's why herbs work. When they break down into energy, the frequencies of each one of your organs then matches what your energy you're giving. As an aside. We were from New Jersey. I once went into a lab, an engineering lab, to measure the frequencies coming out of my hands during a healing session. Let's say it was 0.8 hertz to 30 hertz in 10 minutes. Kind of went out, like the. Don't worry about the range yet, but hold the numbers. What if I told you that for cellular regeneration, for healing, creating new cells, skin is 2, hair is 6, nerves are 12, and I think bone is 15. In that range, did I not just hit them all? Don't ever tell me healing doesn't work because I'm going to argue with you over why the body cares where the signal comes from. We have ultraviolet light, we have infrared beams, we have chemicals, we have light, we have radiation. The body is triggered and designed to have an energetic response, especially of healing, to feed these conditions. And I still do. I work with cancer patients too. Some of the worst stuff is chemotherapy. But chemotherapy does not kill cancer. It kills fast-growing cells of the hair and the mouth and all the stuff that needs to regenerate fast. And sacred geometry then supports it. How do you change that quicker? How do you trigger the cells to get into the shapes they're supposed to be for creating the organ? It's no different. It has nothing to do with anything but how do they both sit together easily and how do they sit in balance without repelling each other, without arguing with it, without not exchanging. Balance and harmony. So you have a lot of Book of Enoch, Kabbalah, but notice that we start to get more into the mysticism because in some people, they find it hard to understand how the shapes suddenly become all from circles. Doesn't matter. You didn't have to look. You didn't have to figure out how to make a perfect hexagon. You just need a bunch of circles to figure out where they overlap. Oh my God, look, that's a hexagon. Oh my God, that's a pentagon. And oh my God, the shells that we've been digging up out of the ocean are already in that shape. Oh, it must be sacred. It must be divine. It's kind of the natural balance of positive and negative energy, right? They get formed according to that. Okay, so call it divine. But it became divine when the rituals started to be added that said, well, what if I can feel the moon? What if I can add to it? What can I connect to beyond this? What if I add even the shapes of some churches? They're very rectangular, or you can find a lot of circles. That's not an accident. That priest can stand right here, talk like this, and it repeats all the way through the building so that everyone can hear it. In fact, many churches are rectangular. We'll talk about that. Are rectangular for a reason. Sound. But rectangles are manifestors. Get into it. every single one of the geometric shapes that we all hold dear as sacred geometry is sitting right there. Ready? Let's talk about cubes. They're the simplest, but it's for energy amplification. Now, I don't know if anyone's seen it. Please let me know if you've seen this. I'll show you what I'm going to show. The simplest way is to show how energy works, right? How does it go through? Don't take my word for it. So here's the square. In fact, it's three-dimensional. Here's the cube. All right, great. What a surprise. Now, this is where I start to split off from a lot of the sacred geometry presentations. Imagine that you have let's just do a square simply. In a square, you have a bunch of mirrors facing each other on the inside. When you beam a flashlight into the mirror, what does it do? Now, take that at a direct 45-degree angle going in. What happens inside the mirrors? Ready? This is where it gets good. You are amplifying the energy because you are writing it over every time the energy passes by. That is the cube. That is why we have the isometric, the cube shaped, is an amplifier. You're not getting anything, you're not adding more. It's literally overwriting, getting bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger. Now, your favorite, sodalite. Sodalite for the throat and sometimes the third eye chakras. That is what it does. That is the shape of the cell, the crystals inside the sodalite to amplify. So please don't use it as a sponge. Please use the tools the way they're supposed. And there's a reason for the third eye to be an amplifier. Because instead of trying to manifest a whole bunch of stuff, you want what you want. You don't need your third eye doing all the rest of this stuff when you're trying to learn, right? You don't want to get all scattered. You want to get very focused in the way you amplify your intention, your energy, your third eye. The hexagon. This starts getting very interesting because the hexagon becomes a manifester. Very simple. The same approach. So, okay, we have a hexagon sitting in Metatron's cube. You can always pull these out every time you want. Same kind of shape of mirrors. Ready? Well, it's not the same reflection. It's not the same 45-degree angle, right angles. It starts bouncing around. Now look at the path. What just happened? You created new streams. You sent new streams of energy out of the same shape because I did a lot of those. The hexagon is how you're assisting with creating 50, 100 new streams that you didn't have to source yourself. This is sacred geometry of why you get to then use the right tool to do what you want it to do. And there's our favorite, amethyst. And I've been picking on amethyst a lot today, so I'm going to do it here too. I'm begging you, please do not put amethyst on your nightstand and sleep next to it. It's a speaker. It's a radiant energy manifesting and multiplying the energy coming in. If you feel weird or you're having out-of-body experiences or flying during your dreams, I'm going to tell you that you need to look and turn the amethyst in a different direction. It's called a satellite dish. Like you have a geo this way, turn, oh, look, hey, it's fine. The beams of energy, you're now creating 50, 100. If you're sleeping, you turn a light switch off, the amethyst doesn't stop broadcasting. It doesn't stop reflecting. It's still creating, and it starts to die out, because eventually it starts to reflect out. But remember, these are two-dimensional we're looking at. Imagine a three-dimensional. It just bounces all over the place. Look at the amethyst geo that everyone loves. I love it too, but I ain't sleeping next to it. That thing is just, every time you're laying on your right side, it's great. You're laying on your left side, and suddenly you're no. You can put it in the corner, you can infuse, but these are why we're talking about sacred geometries, to give us the reasons how best to use the tools and why they do what they do. Now, the rectangle changes it by pulling it in. And this is a little tricky, but that's why I'm using the flashlight example. When you beam it in there, they are still right angles. They are still, one side's longer than the others. So watch how the beam works. every pass through, it reverses direction. Why is a rectangle? Well, don't you think it's actually pulling energy in then? It's keeping it. It never even goes back out and back. It's literally bouncing around and writing it over, almost like an infinity symbol. What are the odds? That's just physics. That's just the laws of light, not bending. But then we want the three-dimensional tetragonal, the rectangle. It pulls because each pass then decides. It's almost like a flip-flop. How do you go back in? I'm going to go to the left, I'm going to the right, I'm going to the left. So I never really get out until I get to the bottom. Rutile quartz, many quartzes actually, are shaped like this. So all that stuff that gets sent out, don't be surprised if your quartz, depending on which quartz crystal you have, doesn't send all the energy out. Don't get a rutile quartz pendulum, for example, if you want the energy to come out the other end. It's going to store it. But the sacred geometry, now think about what we've already built. We already talked about. The parallelogram. This is what many people need to be looking for. Please, don't watch TikTok and say amethyst is a protection stone. The word psychic protection went first. It's meant to tune you into the right frequency, not stop all the stuff you're thinking about. So when we look at protecting and insulating, look at how the beams work. They never start bouncing around at right angles to figure out how to get out. The definition of it then says, how are we, and I have them there, what does malachite do? That's what malachite's purpose is. You want healing? Remember, we're talking about push versus pull. Healing is still the result, but it's not giving you energy, it's taking it away. You're giving away to the stone and say, here, please, lapis lazuli that I was picking on earlier. It's the same idea. You want to, lapis lazuli is a great gift for a performer. Any performers in here? Okay. What do you fear most about a performance? All the stuff before the performance. Oh my God, is this going to suck? Oh my God, is my music bad? Is that out of tune? I missed something? All the anxiety of pre-performance is then trying to tell us, let's set that out. Give away that energy to the sponge whose job it is to take it away from you, and then have pure communications. This starts to be a feedback of how does sacred geometry then fit in every single day, everyday life that we use. Now we want to talk about the pieces. So we talked about the cube. I didn't even go through. There's more here. The shape. The cube amplifies energies. We have, and these are on your sheets too. For those who didn't get a sheet, there's a sheet in the last seat. Hexagon manifesting because it splits all these new beams of energy more and more and more. The rectangle, where we're talking about attracting and pulling, how we're going to have that repeating flow back and forth. The diamond, many of the crystal diamonds, you want cleansing and unblocking. That shape, do the same thing. Imagine that diamond in the shape of a bunch of mirrors. You have no idea where it's going. It's bouncing all over the place. The whole idea is not to store it, to unblock what you give to it. That's the goal, what the changes are supposed to be. The triangle. That triangle is also why the pyramids are in the pyramid shape. Because the triangle can either contain or repel. Think about the pyramids, especially when we're talking about the pyramid with the two pi, the specific shapes. That specific triangle has two jobs. One, containing the energy inside the pyramid for whatever you put in there. And remember, there was a lot of gold in some of those pyramids. That's not by accident. The amount of energy, those things, that's the greatest conductor they have. And two, how do you keep stuff out? The repelling on the outside. So if you look down imagine looking down the pipe of the triangle, you can send energy in, right? On the outside, it just bounces off. That's not a mistake. And it's not a mistake that all of the pyramids that were created with the granite also have quartz. So that you can create transformational energy right inside. And then on the outside, reflect everything that's going to come in. Stop everything that you don't want. Stop contaminating your temple, your space, with anything on the outside that you do not want in there. And then the parallelogram. How does that change? What does it do? how are we then absorbing it and insulating? Now, as we look at these shapes, the crystals we've selected, it's not an accident. These aren't random, oh, look, this is pretty. Anybody have any challenges when they say, oh, my crystal doesn't love me anymore? Cleanse it. Its entire purpose, like, for example, someone was earlier today was talking about having who's familiar with selenite? I should have said first. Selenite. Its entire job is unblocking, but it's actually unblocking with a manifestation. It's really taking everything away and giving and not storing. How effective is a pendulum going to be of selenite? Well, if you know pendulums, the entire purpose of a pendulum, and look at the floor, all the swirlies here, that's not an accident either. It's meant to be sitting, a pendulum's meant to be sitting in some energy field, as we call it, to swing, right? To swirl, to bounce, to rock. What if it's a selenite that its entire job is to drain it out and never use it? I told that guy, well, sorry, but I think I got ripped off. Because for $45, he bought a nice carved pendulum, but the pendulum of selenite does nothing. Doesn't change a thing. It doesn't. It's not working. No, it does exactly what the job is supposed to do. You're nice and clear. Don't worry about it. Go for it. What about my pendulum? I don't know what to tell you. It's not a pendulum. It's a hanging rock sitting on a metal chain. That's not the same. Or the idea of if you go look at the rectangle, we talked a little bit about, let's say, especially some of the Catholic churches, but general churches in general, when they have the rectangle piece, attracting and pulling energy from the people sitting in there. It's not an accident. And then when they start, if you notice that when you go over into the naves or into the little side chapel parts, they're almost always circular. Bounce all the energy back to you. When you step into that space in the center, all the stuff that's going, oh, I feel so peaceful and calm here. I'm getting fed. Yeah. I know we're in Las Vegas. How many people have been to Sedona? Let's see how many people raise their hand when I ask this. Who can't stand the vibes of Sedona? That's okay. Why? Because it's interference. It doesn't make it negative. Get rid of the idea of negative and positive and say, what does energy do? What frequencies do? In Sedona, I come from the East Coast. The East Coast, let's say New Jersey has about 500 hertz tops as a background energy. Sedona, with all that red, which is rust, iron, and all the quartz and mining and crystals, it literally, you can measure it, 15,000 hertz. You either love it because it raises you up or you can't stand it because it's buzzing your head the entire time. And it's the red part is literally a root grinding cleansing. If you have bad ideas and anger, watch out going with couples for the first time to Sedona. Expect the idea of changing the behavior of your energy because now you're sitting in a microwave. How does it change? That's not an accident. That's literally, in fact, if you've been to Sedona, and I recommend it, go during a rainstorm near Thunder Mountain. You want to feel energy. The electricity flies down, all of that stuff, and spreads through the entire mountain range. You can feel it on the other side of the city. And then, there's not a, hey, this is programmed. Remember, all this sacred geometry, by the way, says, if you're a big fan of crystals, nobody gets to tell you how your crystal performs. You get the program. When you're looking at selenite itself as a cleanser, it's an emptier. It's different than putting your crystals out in the moonlight. It's not the same. You're charging the crystal with moonlight. And after 8 hours, eventually you dilute everything is in there, and now it's the moonlight, right? So don't be surprised if it feels weird, because it's still not you. It does its job. You did its job exactly. But when you're using selenite, its entire purpose is to suck the energy out of it and never store it. You want to have the strongest crystals for whatever work you do, program them with your vibe. I mean, literally, remember we talked about the righty-tighty, lefty-loosey? You can put your crystals in your right hand, put your left hand on top of it. Anyone see the circuit I just created? the magnetic field, lefty-loosey, to feed the crystal. Don't ever underestimate the fact that every nerve in your body then generates this stuff to make it yours. That's why sacred geometry is sacred, because you only have to follow the procedures of the shapes and colors. That's why we have the colors, in order to create the divine that you want. When you're done, nobody gets to tell you that you have to hold on to it. I'm not going to give you a medal for walking around, sucking this energy up for 3 days, and then going into your room and yelling at people who want to come talk to you, because that's your draining technique. Don't open that door. I'm not done. What are you doing in there? I'm not done. Let's use what is literally sitting there around us and has been designed for thousands of years to then function for us. And sacred geometry then creates things like crystal grids. Let's make them right. Don't put a tourmaline next to an amethyst and think something's going to happen. Well, let's see. You pretty much have a battery with a positive node and a negative node. Just sucks it right out and nothing happens. Yeah, well, no, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Let's use it the way it's supposed to be used. And let's find out then how to behave and what changes your vibe with your specific intention every single moment. Remember the Templar cross. Here and now, we get to change how to behave. That. Are there any questions? That's my message. Find your tools. Might not be my tools, but it's all sitting out there. I'll say thank you to everybody for coming. Please make sure if you haven't received or taken one, there are sheets on the back chair. Come and talk to me. For those of you who have I ever shut up? I can chase you out and chase you down the hallway. You're not supposed to be laughing at that. No, you're quiet. That's fine. But this is my passion. The spiritual scientist in me saying, let's make this the reason why the physical integrates with the spiritual. And stop beating your head against the wall with the tools that don't work. Like Lazuli. I'm telling you, it's one of my biggest banes. I watch them all the time. I love this. And people, I said this earlier, and someone said, no, I don't have it. Really? You don't have it at all? The change then says, what is it doing? I didn't say the lapis absorbs into you. I said its job is to suck the energy in. Great. That's what I'd be walking around out here with. But don't think that you're going to start using it to divine or use like divining rods. Right? This is really the time for us to take back alchemy. How do these things work together? It wasn't an accident they had herbs. Okay, one more time. I've said this a couple of times today, but I want people to realize how far this goes back. It goes back even farther than this. Who remembers the story of the baby Jesus? I'm going to take a picture of that. Do you remember that he received gifts? Yeah. Terrible Catholics. Okay. Let's break this down from a scientist's logical perspective, okay? Do you remember what the gifts were? Yeah. Frankincense, myrrh. Who's giving a peasant on a donkey, who's living in the manger, the barn, a pot of gold to travel to their next destination? Not if they're going to live. But let's take that out of context and start looking at the shapes and information. First off, who remembers the other name for the kings of the wise men? Did I just tell you that? Good. $5. The Magi, the magicians. No king is traveling through someone else's property without guards. Come on. The logic is ridiculous. I would ask that as a kid. Boy, I hate that. But the three gifts, look at what they do. Look at how they're shaped. Gold, the greatest conductor of electrical energy and magnetism they could find. They all had it. It's not an accident that it doesn't erode. You can put the gold bars in those mines like secret treasure forever, and they just really, like copper will erode. Myrrh, The spiritual awakening, the greatest connection, all the rest of those pieces, that would say how big, how strong can your energy go? And finally, frankincense. When you're done, relieve your stress, relieve your anxiety, calm yourself down, grounding. What were they teaching the baby Jesus? Don't worry, we have tools that are going to help you when you go through this insanity of suddenly what? Who are you? What are you supposed to do? I now have a physical energy. I now have a spiritual amplification. And I now have a release grounder with all the stress and strain for you being told, hey, by the way, I forgot to tell you, you're the Son of God and you're also God. What? How much? What? Wait a minute. No, wait, no. Don't put that on my shoulders. But the Magi provided tools saying, we know what it's like doing this work. We know how that changes you. Let's give you the things that are going to support you. If you think about that story and start looking at applying all these unexpected things that you went through, I promise you, you're going to find other reasons for why this stuff happened. Logical reasons. Not, oh, randomly, hey, they just showed up and here it is. Really. They just showed up and that's what. And here's a pot of gold that we know you're going to get your throat slit by the time you get out of this manger, but that's okay. No, we look for those purposes, and I'm going to tell you that sacred geometry is going to be behind almost every single one of them. Thank you very much. You have to imagine a true aerospace engineer walking into a Reiki class. If you thought love and light's important in this stuff, when I started talking science, they actually showed me the door. This guy's ruining my spiritual day. What? What are you talking about? That. And thank you, because that's the first thing I saw. If you don't know the symbol for Reiki, the first Reiki symbol, righty, tighty, lefty, loosey? No, that's spiritual. What are you talking about? That's magnetism. That's why every wall in the Mayan, they all have that stuff because they knew. And I'll say one more thing. Just throwing it out there, imagine we talked about all this magnetism. We talked about the bricks, the big blocks of the pyramids. What if they were able to literally create the magnetism? What do two opposite magnets do? What if I could put a block on an entire magnetic field? Not saying that they did. Not saying it. But we need to be using discernment and the whole idea of knowing exactly how this works. Thank you, everybody. I'll be over there ready to talk for the next 6 hours.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul. Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets.
Well, see, that's
Yeah, I'm just trying to get like your voice.
It's normal to have a break, but most people go, I'm so tired, can't sleep, just stop sitting in the body. It's not literally contaminating your own system.
Awesome. Thank you, Manuel.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul. Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, Join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific.
Okay. We do say a few words into the mic. And we are live. We are live streaming this wonderful talk that you are about to engage with. My name is Allison, and I should stand on my toes because Mark is nice and tall. So the cameras. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we are absolutely delighted to have you here today with us. This is our first time in Las Vegas, and we are beyond excited to be here. So I'd like to introduce our talk for this afternoon with on the Palanet crystals, which are high vibe galactic crystalline technology. And Mark Sorensen is going to walk us through this amazing discovery that he and his wife made in from the planet of Trinton. So they actually discovered these crystals, not in a gem shop or a local rock shop. So this was this came about from their personal investigations and explorations. The crystals themselves are very ultra high frequency, and they offer advanced healing and ascension support. Mark shares their origin story and how this galactic technology can raise personal and planetary vibration. So please, Mark, please join me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you, everybody, and great to have you here. I'm glad those of you who stopped by the booth are here to listen to the story today. So again, my name is Mark Sorensen, and I am here bringing you the story about Palinette crystals. And I have two specimens right here in front. If you haven't seen it yet by our booth, this is what they look like from afar and up close. So I will get into the backstory first about the Palinette crystals. So my wife and I are paranormal investigators, psychics, mediums, and we also offer healing and accelerated ascension courses through our website. You can find all of that. I am from Toronto myself. I have been in this world for over 30 years. I've been working with MUFON Canada as a special consultant for several years up there, whereby I would interact with different alien races. Abductees who came forward to MUFON, they would have trauma or different stories to tell, and I had the capacity to call in any of these races and communicate with them in their language and understand the trauma, why they were abducted, those kind of things. Because it was not scientific, I couldn't become a member that way, so this is why I became a consultant for them. I came to Sedona 2017. I was guided to come down there. Sedona is a very spiritual place with many vortices, and so I was brought there to, shall we say, assist with healing the healers, raising the frequency and awakening a crystal which is buried under what we call Cathedral Rock, and also for many other reasons. And so I hung around for half a year to do this work. A couple years later, I met my wife, Anya, in Sedona. She's from Orange County. She's been a healer. She's been a psychic, reader, investigator as well for many years. And so we connected. It was an instant connection between the two of us, which was a surprise. We found out that we were actually twin flames. We had a connection of our chakras come together when we came together in alignment, unifying as one in two different bodies. And so that was quite an experience all on its own. So we brought our gifts together. We opened up a shop in Sedona where we brought people in. We did healing work. We did our accelerated ascension program with them. My wife is a psychic. She did a lot of readings and tarot and those kind of things as well. So moving forward, because of my connection with MUFON in Canada, I would send an email and asked if I wanted to be a stage manager for the Mega UFO conference in Laughlin, Nevada, a few years back. And this is where we met the gentleman, Dwayne Ollinger, who is tied into these crystals. So that was a very important piece of this coming forward. Because when we were there, we met a lot of beautiful people. There was 50 different speakers over the course of 10 days. So we had an opportunity to meet each one of them and talk with them privately and understand a whole bunch of different things. And so when the crystal came forward to us was through Dwayne, but not right away. So he got up on stage and told us his story. His story was very interesting, and this is what intrigued us. Now, how many here have heard about the mystery of Blind Frog Ranch? Nobody, okay. What about Skinwalker Ranch? Okay, so Blind Frog Ranch is just 30 miles down the road from Skinwalker Ranch in northeastern Utah Basin, okay? And so people say like Skinwalker, there's a lot of dark paranormal stuff going on there, strange stuff. Blind Frog Ranch, there's a lot of paranormal stuff, but not so dark. So Dwayne is up there, he's talking on stage about this property he purchased in Vernal, Utah, and how they were going around investigating, looking for gold, Aztec gold, which is pretty interesting, amongst other things, okay? And so when he was on stage, he told us about this gentleman that he had met through his geologist while they were searching the land for different places where there could be gold or other things, apparently. And this gentleman is called General Jeremiah Davis. Now, General Jeremiah Davis was a CIA operative for 35 years, and then he was recruited by the Unified Galactic Federation, and he worked his way up the ranks to become a general. So now we have General Jeremiah Davis of the Unified Galactic Federation having coffee with Dwayne. So just imagine that, right? Somebody from what we would call out of our range, having conversations and coffees. So what they did is they agreed to come over the property with one of their ships and do a scan of the land. And so they did that. They found a whole bunch of underground tunnels, maybe aquifers, and different strange anomalies there. And so it was interesting to hear because in Dwayne's talk, he was told to drill in 2 spots on the property. One spot, he had to dig a platform with his backhoe, and he set down a 3-foot wide rat bore bit machine so that he could drill down. He was told to drill down 70 feet in this one spot. So as he drilled down, he actually punched through the surface of what was so to be an aquifer, an underground aquifer. And all these blind frogs started coming out of the water and going up to the surface. Hence the name Blind Frog Ranch. And so it's not the kind of story I talk about for a ranch, but it works, right? And so we were intrigued by this because as people were coming up there and going into the waters, and they were getting different healings just from being in the water. We thought, wow, this is amazing. So he was told to drill in another spot on his property, 170 feet deep. So again, he dug out a nice platform for his drill bit, machinery. They bore down 100 feet. Apparently he hit what he called blue earth. And he punched through it 7 feet, then he hit the regular brown dirt again. And so with a rat bore bit, every so far you go down, you have to pull it out, shake the dirt out of it, and go down further. And so as he continued to do that, the day was coming to an end. So him and his crew decided to go home and pack it, call it the night. But what had happened was after he left, all this blue energy came out of the hole and into the sky. And it was just all over the place. And the reason he knew this was because he got a text from the General Jeremiah who told him, Dwayne, you've attracted the attention of the galactics. Don't go back to the site. And of course, if any of you know Dwayne, he's this 6'4" tall redneck from Texas who's an oil driller and mining and into heavy equipment. He's just going like, hell no, that's my job, my site. I'm going to go see what's going on. So he drives with his crew 45 minutes back to the property from Vernal. And as he's coming in, it's kind of like an oversight to his land before you see everything. He gets another text from the General Jeremiah. He says, Dwayne, since you didn't heed my warning about going there, I'm going to send in protection. And so as Dwayne is walking up to this ridge and looking over, he sees 3 disc spacecrafts coming in over top, 3 more disc spacecrafts, and then 3 more coming in, boom, boom, boom. There was 9 of them over top protecting him. And the general told him, we've sent protection for your safety, just to make sure. So Dwayne didn't get a picture of it, but he actually made a rendering of what that looked like to him with the craft above his head. And he was saying, if I had a fire truck with a ladder on it, I could have gone up there and changed the oil out of those things. Texan humor, right? So needless to say, that was the beginning of Dwayne's relationship with the General Jeremiah. And this really drew us to this property and this investigation possibility. But the one thing that really caught it for us was Dwayne had a daughter in the hospital in Houston, and she was terminally ill. And the general says, we're going to go to the hospital. We're going to put people in there, what you want to call boots on the ground. We're going to have people down there to help her out. And so, come on in, welcome. And so anyways, the next day, his daughter walked out of that hospital, cured of her illness. And when they asked her a few days later, what did you experience to help this occur? She said, what I saw and felt was these angels standing around me, pouring light and love into me. And it was just absolutely amazing. And it was for this reason that Dwayne decided and agreed with the General Jeremiah that, yes, I'm going to get the word out about the Unified Galactic Federation. Yes, these people are real. Yes, they are here helping us on the planet. Yes, they are doing all these things for us, and we don't know about them. And so he promised the general that he was going to do this. And so we heard this story at the show. That's when we decided as soon as it was over, we were going to head up to his site, which was 12 hours it took us, and investigate his property. So we agreed to go up there and meet Dwayne in the town of Vernal right after the event. We also took another gentleman with us from the show, Michael Telstar out of Toronto, who is a remote viewer. He's known for this and many other things. And so we thought with all of us, we could sense into the ground. He can remote view looking for gold or any other things, that we were able to have a great team. And especially when you're working in threes, we thought perfect. So at the end of the show, we drove up to Vernal. We meet Dwayne the next morning. We drive up to his property, which is 45 minutes north of Vernal, Utah. We unload his little side-by-side he has, and we drive that into the property. As we're going in, we're meeting a caravan of people, and there was an elderly gentleman who said, yeah, he had some back problems. He had some healing with his back. Another person said he had some glaucoma in the eye. That seemed to be dissipating. And so we thought, wow, this is really amazing. There's more to this than what meets the eye. So we get up there on the site. We set up our camp because we're going to camp for 2 nights and take a look at the whole area, see what's going on. As soon as we set up camp, we decide, yeah, let's go in the pond. Let's see what happens. So the 3 of us, Michael and Anya and myself, my wife, we go into the pond. We float around for an hour. And when we're coming out of the pond, our skin is just tingling. All kinds of little tingles going on. We're looking at each other and saying, what's going on? What's happening? Not that we're really looking for healing of anything, but yet we were looking into it. And so what we found out was that our frequency was rising up higher. And it gave us an energetic lift when we came out of the pond, almost like not to say it is, but like a fountain of youth kind of thing, right? And so afterwards, we checked our frequencies. We saw that using kinesiology, we saw that we've gone up a few hundred hertz. I thought, wow, this is amazing. Definitely amazing. But the one thing that did happen to us, which we really noticed, was when we got to his property that first day, our psychic abilities were just tingling. Like we couldn't tune into anything. There was so much energy on his property coming from each direction, underneath us, to the right of us, to the left of us. There was no way of really knowing what was going on because our psychic senses or our spidey senses was just off the charts. So that night we camped there. We had the 2 tents, Mike and one, myself and my wife, and the other one, and Dwayne sat by the fireplace outside. And the next day we said, okay, let's go take a drive around the property. Let's see what this is all about. So the first thing is he takes us down the steep hill on a side-by-side, and off to the corner side, there's a swampy area on his property where there's some strange things happening there. And we come to this big tree with all kinds of branches broken and snapped off. It's sticking through it, the left to the right, and gnarled branches like you would think it was on a vortex of some sort. But this had to do with Sasquatch on his land. They were breaking the trees, putting them as a barrier. It was in this little valley kind of to stop whatever was coming through. And we picked up on the energy from Sasquatch on his property. I said, this is interesting. He says, Dwayne, do you realize you have Sasquatch here? He says, oh yeah, I know. But the whole time he's poker face. He actually knows everything already that we're about to confirm for him. So we drive on to the next site where he had his second borehole 170 feet down. So as we're coming up to it, we're feeling the energy, and both my wife and I picked up that there was a ship that came in, spacecraft. It didn't crash, it didn't explode, but it was multidimensional, so it went through the earth, and it landed in a cavern underground on his property. And if you listen to his show, he will say in his prelude that even some people say that there's a buried spaceship. So he had this confirmed by General Jeremiah already. He knew that it was there. We were just also confirming this for him. And it was very interesting because that day after we went around this property, looked at all these different areas, we went back to the pond. He had to go run an errand and take off some things in town. But while we're sitting in the pond, it was really crazy. So we could hear this noise coming above us from the right. It sounded like a plane, then a train, and then a whir, and then right above us, it just stops. And we're looking at each other going, you hear that? Uh-huh. Do you hear that? For about 5 minutes, we're just sitting there in suspense, wondering what's going to happen next. Next thing was like, whoosh. The thrust of air came down, flattened our tents, our chairs, blew our fireplace apart. It was like a cloaked craft came in there to check us out. It just went straight up afterwards. It was absolutely amazing. So later, when Dwayne gets back, we again hang out and have some conversations about the place. He's telling us some stories about some of the experiences some of the other people have had while they were on his property. Experiences about little people running around, little tiny beads that are painted, and you can only see it with a magnifying glass, like native beads, and orbs floating across the sky with a feature of an Indian chief. Things like this. Okay, this is pretty amazing stuff happening on this ranch. And again, hence the name Mystery of Blind Frog Ranch. Right? And so when we heard all of this stuff around the fire afterwards, we had one more day. So we go back into the pond one more time. And Dwayne comes and joins us, not in the pond, but he takes a chair and sits down at the edge. And while we're in the water, my wife can see, because she can see multidimensional, there was two beings came down, Arcturian beings, blue, and they came to Dwayne, one on each side, and they bent down and kissed him on the head, thanked him for looking after the property, looking after the ship, and this whole thing. And then away they walked back to where they came from. Now we have since been back, and we have since also gone down to see the ship, remote viewing, and connect with these beings, and they are still there. It's absolutely amazing to see. So you talk about first contact, but we already have it. Absolutely. One of the things, so when we're driving to the other pit, where it was 170 feet, Dwayne had this 5-gallon pail of these crystals in it. And he picks up 2 of them and he hands them to Anya. He says, here, feel this, without even thinking about it. She says, oh my God, these things are just energetic, crazy, wild energy coming off of me. And then he put 2 in my hand and I'm feeling the same thing. So what is it? What is it? He says, yes, take them. We'll take them with us. And so we took them on the side by side. We took them back to the camp. And of course, we're sitting around the camp and he tells us later, he says, you know what? I got 2 more properties I'd like you to come and investigate. And we're okay. We're up for it. We got time. So the other property was in Montezuma, New Mexico, which if anybody knows, it's about 5 miles northwest of Las Vegas, New Mexico. So there is this famous college there, Montezuma College, which used to be a hotel at one time. And there is the Montezuma Hot Springs. You can see it on Google Earth or on your map. And people actually go there to get healed for different things. So Dwayne had been going there for some time with his partner to get some healing work on his body. And this property across the way, there was 1,400 acres, was for sale. So he purchased it. It was a wooded lot, very nice, but not really knowing why he purchased it other than for investments. So we go to that property. A couple days later, we go back to Laughlin. We drop Mike off, and then we head back home to Sedona, and then we're on our way to New Mexico. So we get there. Dwayne wasn't there to meet us, but he had his gatekeeper open up the gate. We drove onto his lot. It was nighttime, so while we're sitting up camp, Anya's looking up at the sky, and all these lights are flashing. There's like all kinds of space activity going on. And she says, Mark, can you see this? Look at the ships up there. It's crazy. Right? So there was a lot of activity in that area that night. The next day, we get up, we take our car, we go down this forestry access road. It wasn't that bad. We couldn't drive in there. So as we're driving in there, we're seeing broken trees about 12, 15 feet up, which is a sign of Sasquatch. That's what they do to mark the territory. They break trees and they leave them lying there. And as we're driving through, we could feel these energy portals, gateways to different frequency dimensions as we're going through. Actually, one spot we stopped, we saw on the ground there was a footprint this big, Sasquatch. I put my foot beside it, took a picture. Wow, this is evidence of anything at all, you know. And so we have been going back to that property several times. We have been communicating with the Sasquatch, and we're befriending them and hoping someday that they will actually come forward in the physical and talk with us. So that's a whole other episode going on there, definitely. But what we found there on that property was also another buried spaceship in the ground, alive, active, a multi-dimensional. It wasn't in some kind of void or anything, but it was just a different frequency, so it could sit there, which was very interesting. So from that property, we decided to go and meet Dwayne. He says, Amarillo, Texas. I got one more site I'd like you to see. I got some strange stuff happening there. Again, he didn't tell us what was going on, just like this wild goose chase we're following. And so off we went. We met Dwayne in Amarillo, Texas. A few days later, went for breakfast, and then he says, okay, y'all come with me. We're going to take my truck and my side-by-side. We're going to head out. It was 30 minutes northwest of Amarillo, Texas. We're going to down this old back dirt road, and we unload the side-by-side from the truck. We drive up to what is this huge crater. Now, this crater had to be 60 to 80 yards across and about 12 to 15 feet deep. And he asked both of us, he says, okay, which direction y'all want to go? And we both point to the right at the same time. And he goes, yeah, that figures. So he takes us down this path, because over to the right are all of these shiny crystals sticking up out of the ground with the sun reflecting off of them. And so as we get down on the flat of this crater, Anya's wearing her sandals, and she decides to kick one off and just feel the earth, how spongy it was. And she said it was alive. It was almost living. She could feel it breathe. And when she stepped with her foot on the earth, cracks opened up and moved all around her. But then when she put her foot back in her sandal and she put her foot down, nothing happened. She took her foot off again, did the same thing. All these cracks started opening up like it was alive. And we thought that was interesting enough. Then we get down into the crater. We see all these burnt bushes, and trees, and branches amongst these crystals sticking out of the ground. And then we tune into what happened on that site. And what we both picked up was there was a craft that came down, whether these crystals were placed there, planted, or exploded and crystallized upon impact. And this is what we shared with Dwayne. And so he thought, interesting. Again, poker face. He already knows the story. He didn't tell us yet, right? So he tells us, all right, now that y'all, experience this, let's take a whole bunch of them with us. We picked some up, and he said, we're going to go back to his warehouse, and we're going to see something that he had downloaded apparently and built. Okay, we're up for another adventure. So we head back to his warehouse in Amarillo, Texas, where he's got this huge 3-foot round device with all kinds of copper, and the crystals were hanging off of it. And he had another device that he created, which was what we would call a frequency device. It could actually measure frequency of different things, up to 100,000 hertz. It was connected to this copper device. Some might say it was some kind of a Tesla device or something like that. And the frequency device had 2 copper diodes, which you would hang on to. So he shared with us a story about this couple who were psychic, who had been there a couple months earlier and experimented with this device. So he says the lady got hooked up to it first, and he turned it up to what he said was 20,000 hertz. 20,000 hertz is a lot of frequency. Before I continue with that, I'm just going to ask, is anyone here familiar with or know about the Map of Consciousness by Dr. David Hawkins from Sedona, Arizona? So he was a psychiatrist who created this map. He attained enlightenment in his lifetime. He wrote 16 books, and he wrote Map of Consciousness, Power versus Force, many other books. And so he knew what he was talking about, definitely. So we utilize this map in understanding and giving us reference when I talk about frequencies and hertz with different things. Everything has a frequency, right? Rose quartz, for example, 500 hertz, a frequency of love. We have humanity is around 310, 320 hertz right now, which is rising from when he wrote the book. We have different things like moldavite, the stone of transformation. It's known to be measured at 722 hertz. So people who wear moldavite, when they come over to our table to get checked, they're at 722 hertz. And so we're dealing with a crystal here which is doing something really odd. And we don't know yet how high the frequency is on it. But this is our gauge, which goes from 0 to 1,000. And that's where you get into what we call the unknown zone. Definitely. So we're at Dwayne's shop, and he's saying, okay, so I had this couple there, and the lady got on it. She hung on to the rods, and she went up to 20,000 hertz. She started to get lightheaded and faint, so they shut it down. And then the husband stepped up and says, okay, let me try this. Maybe I can do a little bit more, and something else might happen. We don't know. So he got on the device, turned it up. He made it all the way up to 72,000 hertz. Now that's unheard of. Anybody going that high, any reason whatsoever. Apparently he was fading in and out when he was holding on to the rods. And when Dwayne finally turned the device off, and he asked the guy, well, what happened? What did you experience? He says, Dwayne, you're not going to believe it, but I think I was on a spaceship. There was these tall crystalline beings around me, like 9, 12 feet tall. They were telepathically speaking to me. And they were saying to me, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here, right? And the next thing he knew, he was back in his body, back in Dwayne's warehouse, and they were having this conversation. And so Anya and I are hearing this story that he told us. And she goes, hell, let me on that thing. Let's crank it up to 100,000 and see what we can do. I want to go up on that shit. So we did. She got on it. We started slowly, 20,000 hertz, 40, 60. She hits 80,000 hertz. Everything is fine still. And then she says, okay, Mark and Dwayne, both of y'all come over here. We're going to make a circuit between the three of us. So Anya's on one side. I'm in the middle. No, Dwayne's in the middle. And I'm on the other side. Crank it up to 100,000 hertz. And you know what? We saw some extraterrestrials. We were on the ship. We were looking at these tall beings, and they were speaking to us telepathically. The only thing is that this time they said, it's about time you got here. Okay? It's about time you got here. So we hung out there for a little bit. They were really excited. We hung out with them for a little while until we came back into our bodies. And wow, after that experience, just kind of let that all sink in. This was amazing. So this was the point where Dwayne had decided, I want the two of you to take these crystals out, see what they can do. How can they help humanity? What can you do with them? And so he said, okay, we'll do that. So we took a pail full of crystals with us and went back to Sedona. Now we had a storefront in Sedona set up already. And so we decided that we were going to create something what we call free Sundays. So we put posters out all over town. So every Sunday for 3 months, we had an open house where people could come over. We had a tray of these crystals, and we had a massage table. We would check people's frequencies before they got on the bed. They lay on the bed for 15 minutes with a meditation music. And then after the 15 minutes, we would muscle test and get their frequencies. The interesting thing that we saw was in the beginning, when we started the muscle testing, their frequencies were going up maybe 75 to 150 hertz, slow increments. But the one thing I didn't say, and I will add this now, is when we checked the frequency of the crystals in these beings, that they were actually 133,000 hertz. Okay, let that sink in. Our map of consciousness goes to 1,000 hertz. These beings were 133,000. They were crystalline light beings. And when we were home with them, before we set up shop, they came through and we saw these tall, beautiful, slanky type beings, no real form to the features or anything like that, but the most loving beings you can imagine. We're having a conversation with them that we're going to, exchange them for what we call money. They're going to, money? What's that? They didn't have any concept of that whatsoever. They said, does a tree ask a deer for money because it gives it shade? Right? I don't think so. And so we discussed with them and we tried to break it in. So we said, okay, first we'll let you go in pairs, so at least you have company with you. Because what we found is that the crystals are conscious, they can communicate with you, they work together, and they are also a collective. So if you have one of them, you're in touch with all of them, which is the interesting part. And so as we move forward with our data collecting, we had people on the beds and their frequencies were going up. And over the three months, every time that they would come back, we'd muscle test again, their frequency held. Then they went up a little bit higher. And then they continued to go up. And we have seen these people afterwards, after 3 years, and their frequencies are still where they were when we finished the study. And those who took home a pound of crystal with them rose an average of 1,200 to 2,000 hertz every year afterwards. And that was without doing any spiritual work, any meditation, or any healing work whatsoever. This is unheard of, right? And so after the 3 months, we invited Dwayne to come out, check out our bed, see what we're doing. And he says, okay, let's do this. Let's get these crystals out to the public. So that's when we shut down our shop in Sedona. We hit the road. We're doing 3 fairs, 3 expos a month. We're going all over Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, New Mexico, and California. And so we've been spreading the word, and we have been doing what we call a free crystal blessing. Because the only way for people to really get and understand what these crystals can do for you is to put 2 of them into your hands. And so a blessing is we just check your frequency before you touch the crystals. We put 2 crystals in your hand. We check your frequency afterwards, and we see how high you go. Now, today, people are going up anywhere from 200 to 600 hertz in less than 2 minutes versus 15 minutes on the bed when we first started doing it. And the reason that is they are raising their frequency consciously. Because when we had the talk with them in the beginning, they said humanity is not ready for this high frequency, so they toned themselves down to 10,000 hertz. So that's what we were working with 3.5 years ago. Today, they have been incrementally going up. They are now 25,000 hertz, and they're ready to take another jump any day now, maybe 30,000, 28,000 hertz. So these crystals have the capacity to make it all the way up to 133,000 hertz. When that's going to happen, we don't know. But as these crystals are being spread all over the world and people are buying them and taking them home, we are creating a conscious collective grid on the planet. And whoever touches one or holds one and raises your frequency, it's also raising the frequency of your loved ones around you, your animals, your plants, your house, the stones, the elementals. And this is helping Mother Earth ascend, humanity ascend, and all of us ascend. So we're very grateful that we are given the honor to do so and to bring these crystals forward. Some people have called us the ambassadors to the Trentinians because this is what we're doing. And we have several different ways to communicate with them and to talk with them, and they do connect with everybody who has a crystal and wears it and acts as a guide. It's almost like it's even better than a genie in a bottle. It really is. You have an ascended master with you at all times from the 7th dimension, guiding you, leading your way, helping you making decisions. Your synchronicities are greater, and all these beautiful things happen to you, right? And so just checking in with time here. I'm going to do some crystal blessings here. I'm going to ask for some volunteers shortly, so I'm going to get you to come up here to the front of the stage, and I'm going to ask you for your name and place it and do a frequency test. Put a couple crystals in your hand, see how high you go, and then we'll check your frequency afterwards and see how high you went. And so, yeah, okay. No-brainer, right? I get it. Right? And so the one nice thing about these pelmet crystals is they can be utilized in many different ways. You know, the best way, of course, is to wear one all the time. But we've been making it so that people can utilize them in different ways. We discovered that if we grind them down and pulverize them a little bit, we can make a powder in little shards, and we put them into what we call our power plates. Now this here is the world's first orgonite with Palanet inside of it. So not only does it help protect you from EMF in your house or wherever you have it, but it also raises the frequency of everything that is living. You can put a glass of water or a jug of water on here, and in 5 minutes it goes up to 25,000 hertz. Absolutely amazing. And so people are using it in the 4 corners of their house for protection grid and many other purposes as well. You know, we've also created different pendants with orgonite that you can wear, which are more affordable. And just so people know, we had to come up with a price point. We know what Moldavite does for people, how it transforms people's lives, and how it helps them, and sometimes it tears their life apart. Well, these crystals with the Trentinians, is the planet Trenton where they come from, 130 light years away. The Trentinians are very gentle and soft when they work with you. So there's no tearing your life apart or any harshness or rough energy or anything like that at all. They're very soft and gentle. And those who've already experienced crystals in here, have them on you, I'm sure you can agree to that, definitely. And so the other thing too we want to say is the Trentinians are starting to work with us in different ways. They've told us, communicated with us that they're working with the Palladians, the Arcturians, the Syrians, the Andromedans, and they always have been. They have just been the best kept secret on Mother Earth. They have been hidden from history. They have been wiped clean and clear. And so now we are bringing forward the word, telling people about them, and as the ambassadors, helping bring it to the public's eye and getting it into as many people's hands as possible. You know, we did a show last year with Ishmael Perez, a talk show. We kind of jokingly said that, so when the ship was crashed, it was kind of like plan B for the ascension of Mother Earth because it's helping raise the frequency. You know, we had a psychic tell us 2 weeks ago in Sedona that not only is this plan B, but it's actually plan A. This is the hope. The Trentinians were communicating her. This is how the planet's going to ascend, by getting these crystals out to everybody out there in one way or another, whether it be through real tangible crystal or just by being with somebody who has one or something like that. And so again, we're just very grateful that we can bring this forward to everybody in the public, share and have people learn about it and understand it, and share with their friends so that everybody can get help and assisted in whatever way that we can make this world a much beautiful place. Absolutely. All right, so y'all ready? Who wants to come up here? All right, we got this lady over here. We have a gentleman here, and this lady here, and I see this gentleman back here in the back. Okay, come on up. Yep, that's you. Come on up and just stand here to the side. And we had one more. All right, here it's coming up. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, because we're recording live for everybody, I'm going to ask you to come up front here, please. And I'm just going to ask your name. What's your name, please? Lori. Lori, thank you for coming, Lori. Okay, so how I'm going to do this, I'm going to ask them their names first, obviously. I'm going to ask for permission to connect with them energetically. When I connect with somebody, my body jolts, just like something like this, right? So I know I connect. And then I'll muscle test using kinesiology. I'm going to put a couple crystals in your hand, and I'll get you to stand over here, and I'll go through everybody, and then we'll do it in reverse, okay? All right, so permission to connect? Yes. Okay, just give me a moment. Connection. Here we go. So we're starting at 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 610, 20, 20, 620 hertz, which is a state of peace, according to Dr. Hawkins. Very nice place to be. So let's place these two in your hand and just, by all means. And so what the crystals are going to do, we had a very dear friend of ours, Elizabeth April, who explained to us while she was on her bed what the crystals actually do, the Trentinians. It will scan your meridians and release any and all trauma bubbles of lower density and frequency. Then they go through your chakras, they clear your chakras up while you're holding the crystals. And then they scan your 8 energy bodies, and they fill in holes of all of your energy bodies as you're standing there, very gentle and soft. And sometimes you'll feel a little subtleness, sometimes peace, sometimes you might feel a lot of shaking. So please come forward. And your name, sir? Alfonso. Alfonso, okay. Permission to connect? Yes. Okay, just give me a second. Go, we're starting at 100 hertz, 2, 3, 4, 6, 610, 610 hertz. Okay, so let's place these two in your hand. And just remember your numbers and please over here. Right? Right. So the other thing too, when we're dealing with these crystals, they're like selenite on steroids. You don't have to put them in salt water. You don't have to put them in the moonlight. They're self-cleansing. They will actually raise the frequency of other crystals. I have a moldavite, which again is 722 attached to one of my palinite crystals. It is now over 900 hertz, but that's the only one on the planet that's over 900 hertz because they're not a collective consciousness, individual, unlike these crystals. Okay, please. And your name, please. Lori. Lori. Permission to connect. Yes. Okay, just give me a moment. There we go. So we're at 100, 200, 3, 4, 5, 500, 10, 25, 21, 521 hertz. I'm going to place these two in your hand as well. And there we go, please. So another thing too is the crystals, because they're conscious, they will only raise your frequency as much as you're ready. They won't take you up to 25,000 hertz in one shot. It becomes gradual, increase, slowly, a little bit at a time, what you're ready for. So please, my good man, come over here. And what's your name? John. John, permission to connect. Okay, give me a second, and here we go. Starting at 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 500, and 501, 501 hertz. Okay, and here we go. Let's put this in your hand, and just come on over here as well, please. Just allow the energies to flow through. And so as they're feeling the crystals, and as the crystals and the Trentinians are working with you, I just want to let you know that behind each one of you here in the room, if you can feel it or not, there's a Trentinian standing behind you right now, as we speak. So we have our entourages, we work with them. as we have them wherever we go. We bring them with us, and they love helping people. Certainly do. So yeah. And it only takes a couple minutes. It doesn't take long. Too lazy. If you just maybe feel a little bit or nothing at all, or just peace. Feel a little bit. Yeah. Whatever's going on. It's all good. All right. And so again, with the crystals, they're soft. They're like a hardness of 4. We don't polish them. We don't grind them. We don't mold them or anything like that, other than the pieces that we get for powder. Is we just have some small chips and we grind them down to make our power plates and our pendants with that. They actually have complained to us. We tried to shape one on a grinder, and it was kind of like, would you like somebody to take a razor and scrape the skin off of your arm? That's how alive they are. Really, they just so in touch and so living. It's just unbelievable. Yeah. So, okay, so you're ready. Please, I'm going to take these 2 crystals and permission to check your frequency. Okay, so one more time. Go. So we're starting at 100, 200, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 1110, 1110, 11, 1111, 1100.
That's amazing.
Right? So what did you feel with that?
A lot of energy and peace, and just it was amazing.
So just understand that this frequency will not drop. This is your new frequency. So you're going to be taking this out to your family, to the world. Bless you.
So I'm actually a coach in mind. Trying to say I can't even talk right now. I'm actually a mindset coach and holistic health and wellness coach. 1111. So my if you see the
Okay.
logo, it's reset your mind. 1111. So 1111 is my favorite.
We'll have to talk more later.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
That's so awesome.
All right. Next, please.
When you say 1100, I saw it on the back of your shirt.
Right. Okay. So let's see where you're at. Permission to connect?
Yes.
Okay. Just going to tune in. Here we go. So now we're at 100, 200, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 910, 910 hertz. So that's a beautiful frequency. Again, anything over 700 hertz is enlightenment. And if you're over 1,000 hertz, you're getting into Christ consciousness and in what we call the unknown zone, which we're still learning, taking data and studying. So what did you feel?
Relaxed.
Relax. Nice. Nice. Well, enjoy the new high life. Thank you very much. Okay. Please. Thank you. Please come forward. All right. So permission to connect.
Yes.
There we go. So now we're at 100, 200, 300, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 810, 810 hertz. So you went up, what, 300 hertz?
Yeah.
Less than 200. So how does it feel? What do you feel?
I noticed I didn't get the goosebumps every time you did that with everyone else, just for me.
Beautiful. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Enjoy your new high vibe.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, please. Go on forward. So these are going to check your frequency, permission to connect. Okay. And there we go. So now we're at 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 710, 721, 721 hertz. So you two just got like. So what did you feel or experience?
Like this, I felt the tingling in my hands.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your new high vibe, right? And so the one thing to be said about the crystal is everybody comes in at a different frequency. It's interesting to note that people who come to these events, these psychic fairs, enlightenment fairs, holistic fairs, usually have a base frequency of 500 hertz or higher. The other people below 500 hertz do not have the capacity to be in such place, because here we are attempting to better ourselves, gain more knowledge, spiritual healing, whatever it is we're looking for to get ahead and advance. So it's a very important note that as we move forward, we kind to ourselves, acknowledge that we are where we're at, over 500 hertz, and moving forward, helping the planet raise their frequency as well. And so it's people like you that make the world a better place, and I just want to thank each of you for your participation of all of those things. So now I'm going to take a moment for questions. Anybody have a question that they'd like to ask? I've got a couple minutes. Yes, please.
I noticed once that was supposed to be from the power space, and it's supposed to shrink. It's a lot like plastic,
Okay.
and it did shrink over time. It's been like 6 to 8 years. And I was surprised that, look, it's smaller, but it's still really light, you know? It's not, I was just wondering, do these crystals have any weirdness like that, whether they just stay true to form?
Well, the only things that would happen with these crystals is if you left it in water for a long period of time, they would start dissolving. It's like selenite, right? Well, they would. Yeah, if you left it in the water for a long time, or if you left it in the lake, it would dissolve away. And so what we utilize these for is we don't put the crystal in your liquids. You put your liquids on top of a plate, for example, so that you utilize the energy that way. So that's what we keep it for, right? Anybody else? Yes, please. No, I haven't been to Skinwalker Ranch physically. I've been there energetically, and it's a crazy place. There's portals all over the place where there's entities coming in and out of it. But yeah, that I don't know. But I will add this comment and something to think about. Wherever these springs are, the water at Blind Frog Ranch, the hot spring over at Montezuma's Hot Springs, or anything to do with these crystals, the frequencies are raised. Is it because there's a spaceship on the land where the crystals are, which is raising the frequency of the water, which is raising the frequency so it does the healing? What about all the other hot springs that do healing or claims to heal people around the planet? Are there spaceships around them as well? So I leave you with that question to ponder, to see if this is something where we have more than a handful of paths buried in earth, helping raise the frequency of humanity and of everything that's living. And so with that, I thank you very much for coming today. And by all means, please stop by our booth for a free crystal blessing if you haven't. We're inside. Love My Crystals with a Z at the end of crystals.com is our website. And again, my name is Mark Sorensen. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming today to listen to my story.
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, Know that every episode delivers a powerful, energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows.
Is like super nuts.
Super, yeah. So
Okay,
I
you don't have to stream if you don't want to stream.
Yeah.
And so,
Since
what
I
would you
already did
use? Okay,
because I
so
want to
what-
do the music.
And do you have?
Welcome to Ask Your Spirit Guides with Dr. Victoria Shaw, your weekly gateway to divine guidance and soul alignment. Each week, intuitive counselor and spiritual teacher Dr. Victoria Shaw connects with spirit to bring through live channeled messages from your personal guides, offering clarity, healing, and support on your journey. Whether you receive a personal reading or simply tune in, know that every episode delivers a powerful, energetic transmission meant just for you. We're live every Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific on SoulSearch TV, streaming online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Take a deep breath, open your heart, and prepare to receive. This is Ask Your Spirit Guides, and your journey starts now. Are you ready to experience real healing? Body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Looking for clarity, healing, and divine guidance? Tune into 2 powerful new live shows on SoulSearch TV, where spirit meets transformation. On Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, join Dr. Victoria Shaw for Ask Your Spirit Guides, a live reading show where she channels messages from your guides to help you align with your soul's highest path. Then every other Thursday at 6 p.m. PST, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a transformational healing session where Francie, a Reiki master and psychic medium, offers deep energetic support, spirit connections, and intuitive guidance. Watch both shows for free on SoulSearch TV, online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Get your tickets now. 2 shows, 2 powerful healers, 1 place to realign your soul. Only on SoulSearch TV. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific.